Welcome, welcome. Sorry about that. I'll get the hang of it one of these days.
Greetings.
The recording is, of course, to protect ourselves, given that so many people record these things anyways without our consent, which is illegal in the state of California, but whatever.
That way you can be in control of all the evidence, like Tucker and the, the January 6th video. It's so funny.
Yeah,
anyway.
What's the story there? I haven't as yet followed it. What's the takeaway?
So my goal is I don't actually want to watch his segment, but I think what they're doing is they've shown some video where the QAnon shaman was like led around the Capitol by police officers. So the reaction is, "Oh, we were right this whole time. It was a setup." And I mean, again, we've talked about this quite a bit. I mean, there's lots of different intelligence agencies that were a part of it, and some good people got mixed up doing some bad things, and some bad people got caught doing some bad things, and it is what it is. It's just sad. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know how people justify the 1,000 or some odd people who've like pled guilty or been sentenced or gone to trial or whatever. I mean, obviously there's a lot of people who are like fighting with the police. It's usually not a good idea, right?
Yeah, and I don't think that I don't think that we're hearing like the whole story from the quote unquote mainstream media, but I think that we're getting a totally pretty dishonest story from quote unquote populist right wing media, in my opinion. There's a lot there that we don't understand, I think, is what we've which is kind of the same conclusion we've all come to, but the overarching thing is, I mean, if you go do that, I mean, we're not a third world country. I mean, somebody took a shit inside one of the offices. I mean, it's just really, it's embarrassing. It's so cringe.
Yeah, I mean, you should generally not shit where you have no permission to shit.
Right. Or like
general life advice there.
Yeah, like if you did that at a public, like if you went and did that like in an office building, like would you be treated any differently? I don't think so. I mean, it's just, it's really bizarre. But again, we've been down that road of how people, they got absolutely taken in by, watching this crap, the QAnon stuff and all the, the foreign intel ops, especially during lockdowns, and it just poisoned them. And,
it's sad stuff,
Yeah. And that part is sad, because I've definitely, I won't discuss it on this space, but I've, in our conversations, I'm sympathetic to how people can get poisoned by that, and it's sad. So anyway, I really enjoyed.
Well, has anyone watched the Tucker segment? I mean, I want to be, like we're doing him a justice.
Right? No,
I saw the video, some of the videos that were out, and candidly, like, I mean, my view on this stuff is, as somebody who was a co-founder of Clearview AI, a deeply controversial company, obviously, like I'm obviously somewhat to blame or compliment, depending on your point of view, for all the people who ended up getting arrested on January 6th. And I think, many of those people had mental health issues. Many of them had sort of other issues going on in their lives. Many of them were in financial debt. So I'm very much of the view that we should treat them in a humane way.
100%.
And I'm also of the view that, people should, we should give out these kind of technologies, facial recognition, to sort of the responsible public for these types of incidents. I think the Tucker Carlson approach was exactly the wrong approach, which is to basically hoard the footage. Fox is in my view, in a sort of unregistered foreign agent, factory, basically. I mean, Rupert Murdoch, $100 million, Bank of China. I mean,
Right.
These are not good things, right? And then,
it's like there's lots of forces on all sides that have their own agendas, and what I appreciate about what you've shared with the facial recognition. I guess if I was looking at it through your eyes, it would be, or what I've come to appreciate is, get all the information out there and get all the facts out on the table, and then just let the chips fall where they may. Don't try to, this constant editorializing of it from one side or the other. It hasn't helped.
Yeah, I mean, opinions are cheap, right? Facts are expensive, so I can kind of understand why, these for-profit media properties. I'm of the view that basically news can't really be produced in a for-profit setting. I think that's like really bad for people. Um, I think you need to sort of be kind of mindful of that. But yeah, I do agree. Like, there's a lot of questions here that need addressing. And my friend Zev Shalev, I don't know if you guys are familiar with some of his work. He's done some very interesting stuff on his little YouTube channel, and he's has a whole series on Rupert Murdoch that's quite compelling about Murdoch's connections with foreign intelligence going way back, including with the CIA. Interestingly enough, so there's a lot of interesting stuff there, and I think that
I listened to one of his videos. I think he recently just put out, and it was talking about his CIA. Working with them in like 1983
yeah,
ish.
let's post that up. Let's post that up there. And there's a photo. I think those of you who are in my my Signal group, I've been trying to find the photo about this. Maybe we could share that up as well to the jumbotron. By the way, people want to be a part of that Signal group. Message me and like go through a little vetting, and we'll put you on up. In the Signal group, because I have a sort of group of people who research the news. You can't be anonymous in there, which some people object to. But yeah, it's a lot of friends of mine and researchers and that kind of thing. But yeah, go ahead, Tom. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's perfect. I'm pulling that up here. Oh, perfect. It came right up to it.
Yeah, Zev does very good work, and for those who are inclined to support that kind of thing,
Yeah, you
I
did that
recommend
interview with
stuff.
him a year after January 6th. Was pretty good.
Yeah, if somebody has that interview, maybe throw that up there too, because I actually wasn't going to do that, but a friend of mine who is in British intelligence told me to go be on Zev's show, and I was like, all right, what the hell? Why not give it a whirl? So I did it, and I think I came out well that interview. I mean, by the way, Spencer messages me that he's going to be joining us momentarily, so people are to talk about his sort of his NoJumper thing. Did you guys watch that? I caught about half of it.
I watched the
So
whole thing.
what did you think?
I've made it all the way through too. Yeah.
What did you guys think? Is it worthwhile?
I thought it was actually very entertaining. It was the dynamic. Destiny, I've been watching some of his videos for a little while as well. It was really interesting to see how he almost agreed with most of Richard's points, and the way they were speaking about stuff that a lot of the other podcasts that Jumper or Destiny himself has been on, they haven't really been speaking about. It's kind of, they spoke about God, apolism, even the culture, future society, stuff like that. So it was really fascinating.
Yeah, the thing I appreciated about it was similar to like your interview with Zeb, is you're getting to talk in front of a totally different audience, and Zeb obviously asked you some pretty some tough questions, but it wasn't like in a gotcha kind of way. And I really appreciated how Adam asked Richard questions, and he really just kind of let him go, but he didn't it was just really really good, and I love the flow of the interview, and I think it was good for him to just be out there and get in front of a big audience like that and be able to speak in long form. That's it's a good thing.
I
So
must
it
be
was cool.
getting
I like it.
I must be getting older because I had no idea what NoJumper was. So I'm like probably reaching being that of a certain age where where you what can I say, where you just like don't know what the hell is going on, in the pop culture. That was sort of like how I
I
came across that. But yeah.
Yeah, it for some reason I think it started coming up like in my YouTube algorithm. So I'm not sure why, but like I was familiar with it, and then I think I went on and watched Fuentes's interview that he had on there.
I've had
But
to sweep all of my stuff, all of my like YouTube and everything, because I've written so many things about like all these influencers in a negative context, and so it thinks I want those videos. So I'm like,
yeah, you're hard to find on there.
yeah,
But no, you've got like your Coolidge when you had your Calvin Coolidge book, and
yeah.
those are cool.
Yeah, that was interesting. I first met Rebecca Mercer in the context of Calvin Coolidge. She wanted to fund a lot of my Calvin Coolidge stuff, and she just struck me as a very strange lady. And I met her Russian or French husband, sort of unclear, very strange kind of state of affairs. Welcome, Devin. Welcome, welcome.
What's up, Charles? How you doing?
Doing well, doing well.
I had a quick question for you. I went to because I heard you had a podcast with Rogan, and it's obviously been taken down. I was wondering if you knew the reason for that.
Yeah, they never gave me a reason for it. For what it's worth, I've called for taking Rogan off the airwaves because I think the way Rogan's show is set up is pretty dishonest. I also think I was drugged when I went on Rogan's show. I think I've talked about this before. And I know people think I'm like crazy for saying this, but like I'm not kidding. Like you know, I had somebody try to roofie me once before, and it was like when I was basically 22, there was this guy who tried to sexually assault me back when I was like 22 or so. And so I've had it happen before where I've been drugged and not really like you just kind of if you've been drugged once, for those of you who've been drugged, you'll know what I'm talking about. Like you know it when it happens to you again. It's like a very like it's very it's very like it's a very remarkable kind of event. So anyway, so I went on his podcast many years ago in 2015. I went on the podcast in large measure because my wife at the time was like, she apparently knew who Joe Rogan was. I didn't know. I didn't watch Fear Factor. I wasn't into any of that shit. It wasn't my thing, you know. But anyway, so I went on the podcast, and then obviously he exploded in popularity since then, and it was a whole to do, back in the day. A very kind of strange kind of thing to have happen.
There's like
this weird coffee, and I just felt very like uncomfortable the whole time I was there. It's like you go into this like weird man cave, and like it was very hard, and I'm kind of in the main, I'm kind of happy that it was taken down, because what would happen is people would discover it years later. And I think the issue was that I talked about genetics and racial differences, which made a lot of people uncomfortable. And there are even some people who were lying about, my views on genetics there. There's this woman, like, I think her name is like Paige Hardin or something. She's like some kind of professor at the University of Texas. Doesn't really know a lot of stuff about genetics, despite being a professor. She's like one of these people that's like trying to make genetics safe for liberalism, or liberalism safe for genetics, or something like that. Anyway, I wrote some stuff about that up on my Substack for those who are curious about her kind of mischaracterization of my position on genetics. Basically, my view is we're all different from each other. That's a good thing, and that basically there are real differences between us, and those exist at the population level, also on the sort of individual level. And we should be thinking very seriously about that rather than ignoring that issue altogether. So that was my position. I said a lot of dumbish things because I was, it was 8 years ago now. And I'm generally kind of opposed to podcasts because you could never really control how the other person, perceives them. And I'm sort of not yet ready to kind of do my own podcast. I kind of prefer the low key aspect of Spaces because I can like, do my laundry and walk around my house and my pajamas or whatever. It's kind of refreshing.
Yeah, it's super casual.
Super casual, and I also just prefer talking to normal people than I do to like people that are famous or whatever. That's not really my thing, you know. I mean, I tend to have a very like small e equality view on these things, where like I remember being a young person and wanting access to people that were relatively famous, or basically like talking my way into summer internships or meeting people that were interested in topics I was interested in. And the promise of the internet, in my view, was that we wouldn't replicate this power hierarchy that you see in the rest of the media, that we would actually just like talk to each other as fellow citizens or fellow kind of people interested in similar topics. And so that's kind of why I like Spaces. I think the medium very much is the message. And it's partly why I invite people into the spaces to agree or disagree or talk about whatever they want to talk about. So it kind of gives you my impression on that. But yeah, so you see that photo there, the Murdoch, Maxwell, and Kojai Kobayashi or whatever, they're all like very involved with the global mob presses, obviously. And I think that they're very important figures in the history of information. Obviously, this was coincident with a lot of the promise stuff, which was sort of a proto-Pegasus in a way. So if you guys remember the News of the World scandal from way back in like 2011, obviously that's a part of this too, where the sort of like basically the tabloids, the reason a lot of people own tabloids is as a source of political power, right? It's a sort of influence and all of that. It's not because they actually make money. It's kind of the mob press, as it were. Oh, I see Richard's here.
Who killed Maxwell? Oh, Richard's here.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, who killed Maxwell, or did he kill himself, or what's the state of affairs? I don't know.
Probably got killed. Let's be
Yeah,
real.
just fell off his boat, just laying.
Although I will tell you, I did know somebody who went on his boat, and he said that he had a habit of like going and taking pisses off the boat. Drinking a bunch and taking pisses off a boat. I don't know if any of you have ever fallen off a sailboat or something like that. I've never been on I think I've been on like maybe one or two yachts, but I've never fallen off. But I fell off a sailboat one time when I was like maybe 16 or whatever. And it's not that hard to do. Like if you're like, kind of motion sickness or whatever.
If you're peeing out of the pool, out of the boat, probably easy to fall off.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. So could it have been an accident? Could it have been? I don't know.
You look at his physical shape at the time. If he fell in, he was not getting out.
Yeah, especially at night. I mean, when you're that fat and you're known to drink a lot and eat a lot. I don't know. And then also like he had crew on that thing, right? But what if his crew didn't like him, right? Like what if they? So I think there's a lot. Obviously, there's a lot more to the Maxwell story. They're a family of spies. My favorite line about the Maxwells is Isabel Maxwell was like, it's like, oh, I wouldn't call my father Robert Maxwell a spy. He was more like an agent of influence. And it's like, okay, like it's like people don't like using the spy word, and it's like come on, guys, like let's be real here, Anyway, and of course he had all those pensions where he'd stolen a lot of the pensions, as well. So maybe there was an element of that too. But anyway, welcome, Richard. How was, so Tom, I've watched about half of your thing, and Tom's watched the whole of it, and I think Caravelt has as well. Any thoughts on the reaction to the NoJumper interview?
I enjoyed the conversation, and I wanted it to go on, and I want to do more of it. So, I mean, my feelings were very positive. It's kind of weird going down there. Like you fly it to LA and then you go to this kind of like studio in a sketchy neighborhood, and there's I don't know, it was just kind of a weird trip. I was thinking to myself, I think there's a 5% chance this is a setup and you're about to be kidnapped. But I went through with it, and yeah, everyone there is cool. I mean, is very laid back. Adam's a cool guy. Dustin and I mean, we got along probably better than we both expected. And that was a great conversation. I think there should be more conversations like that. And I mean, I'm trying to kind of, I have this shadow from 2016 to 2017 that I will probably never really be able to escape. And I'm obviously not the kind of person who's going to be like, oh gosh, I'm so ashamed, and I've changed my mind. I was wrong about everything, and I just want to go hug people now, and peace, love, and tolerance, and blah blah blah. I'm obviously not that type of person. I mean, personality-wise, but then also ideologically-wise. I mean, I still am a radical thinker, but I do look back on that era, which is fairly brief when you think about it. And I have some regrets. I look at things differently. I look at things from a different perspective. And I want to talk about that. And it's good.
What would you say is your biggest regret from that time period?
Well, getting involved. I know this sounds. I'll say this in a kind of funny way. One of the criticisms that people have of me is that I'm an egomaniac and that it's all about me and so on. I think that the alt-right era would have gone better if I were more of an egomaniac. I feel like I, in some ways, wasn't narcissistic enough. And what I mean by that is that when you start to create these movements, and in particular, mass anonymous movements, which is basically the worst possible thing. There are some people out there who are good, and they don't want to get fired, and this is a politically incorrect thing. I mean, we have examples of some good guys who spoke out and they got fired from their job and humiliated and they committed suicide. I mean, I know actually a handful of cases like that. It's a trend. So it is a real thing. But
do you think those people were unstable to begin with, though, as some people often are who are drawn to radical movements?
This is kind of what I'm saying. I want to be fair, much like Trump said that, they're sending rapists and killers, and some of them, I assume, are good people. Yeah, some people in the alt-right I know are actually good people, but an anonymous mass movement is it's just fundamentally unworkable. And I don't like that I was around them, and I don't like that I was almost playing to them in many ways, trying to please them, trying to and I'm not trying to skirt responsibility. I mean, I take responsibility. I'll take responsibility for what's mine. I won't take responsibility for what's others. But it's just it's an unworkable situation, and I don't think it can be repeated. And to be frank, what I wanted to do was go to college and mix it up, get into some jabs, a little boxing match with some students. Okay. But I didn't want to go in and cause a riot or have, Antifa and white nationalists get into fistfights. And I did stop it when I felt like that was all that was happening. And so I feel like I blew an opportunity in many ways, in the sense that, I think the alt-right would have been a more positive movement if I was able to articulate a vision, look at things going forward. But the alt-right doesn't want to be that. And I don't think the dissident right really wants to be that. Whatever they're calling themselves these days, it's pretty much the same people. They want to have a mass anonymous movement where it's about, clout in these online anonymous spheres. And I think it will almost inevitably lead to situation. I mean, it did. We've seen it. I mean, J6 was many things, and it was different than Charlottesville. In many ways, there was only a little bit of crossover. But isn't it funny how it just seems to eventuate into these big things that become catastrophes? And
well, do you think, I mean, you and I have talked about this before, but do you think, obviously we both, I mean, what do you think the role of foreign governments and influencing these kind of things? I mean, how should we think about that?
I have a good friend, and we've talked about this seriously, and she said that in many ways, something is going to hit you 5 years from now or 10 years from now, and it will kind of all make sense in a way. But you have to get a perspective. You have to get a little distance from yourself, at that time to see that. The past is another country, your own past, you're kind of another person in some degree. So you have to kind of get some distance. And yeah, I mean, what I saw after the alt-right was very much like that. I mean, just to use one example that is just blatantly obvious, it is the Bausman example, who I met. I first met him, I think it was at the 2016 American Renaissance. And so he had been doing this webzine that was called Russia Insider. I don't even know if it's still running. It might very well be. And as the name implies, it's an inside look into Russia. It's a very pro-Russian website. And he would often scrape articles that I would write at Radix Journal, and he'd just put them up there. And so I noticed that. I didn't really like it, but yeah, I met Charles Bausman, very nice guy. He's very, very waspy and kind of put together. And I think a lot of that's very appealing. And he was interested, so we ate lunch or something, and he was interested at the time in learning about donors. And he was basically making this pitch of, we're going to kind of combine all these organizations, and so I need your donors and things like this. And I didn't really judge him harshly for that, but I was just like, first off, a lot of this is smaller than you think. Like this is a ton of people giving $100 or something. It's not really one guy. Regnery is obviously an obvious example of this, but it was a red flag. It's like I just met this guy and he's getting this kind of personal. And he was there at 2017 with the whole Hail Trump, fiasco. And he was, I ate brunch with him afterward, along with Bill Regnery. So he was very much kind of came out of nowhere and was insinuating himself. And then he insinuated himself. I think he dropped me, basically. I had not spoken to them for a while, but he insinuated himself into all of these alt-right groups. And the more we learn about Bausman and Jay Sixth, I mean, the creepier it gets, to be honest. He was working pretty intently with the Right Stuff, Mike Enoch. Gregory Conti was someone who came out of the woodwork, came out of nowhere, and was working for me for very little pay, and many times no pay. And it's just, I look back at this and yeah, there are some people who have a real agenda, and it's their agenda. It's not my agenda. I'm dispensable in their minds. And I was dispensable for them. But yeah, the last I heard of him, he was doing all this stuff with TRS. TRS was having these rallies at his barn or something. He took part in J6, and then he was actually in the Capitol live streaming, and then he fled to Russia and abandoned property that I assume is, $1 million at the least. I assume it's actually multi-million dollars of property in Pennsylvania. I mean, that's not really.
Yeah, he called me at one point. I was sort of like, it was interesting. He called me and wanted to meet me like very desperately. And at the time I was sort of like, well, I live in California, I'm so sorry, like can't really do that. And he invited me to this, as you say, this place in Pennsylvania. And I just remember thinking like, why would I, why would I travel across the country to like meet this guy on his weird property in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania? The whole thing was very strange, and I think you're quite right. Like my friend Sinews of War and others, there was a lot of weird Russian activity around all of these movements, and I think there was also a lot of Chinese activity, in terms of money coming in through crowd funds, through all these other entities sort of that were set up, both on the the sort of Antifa left, if you will, and the Proud Boys.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that a lot of these things were actually just designed to get us to fight with each other. That was their whole
Yeah.
purpose, was to get us at each other's throats. And I think to some extent, what's been happening in our, by sitting down with a destiny, or by sitting down and basically breaking common bread with people, and basically confronting each other and chatting as, fellow citizens or fellow human beings, that we've actually been able to undo a lot of that damage of having us all fight each other constantly.
I hope
And
so. I genuinely hope so. Yeah.
Well, I think partly the economy helps here too, right? Where people are actually like curious about each other, and we don't have a zero interest rate environment in which, like, I mean, you look at like a Substack today is seemingly unthinkable during the height of the Trump years, right? Where everything was about rage farming and getting everyone fired up and getting ads and all of that stuff going. So I don't know. I'm much more optimistic now than I have been in the past on these subjects. I feel like we can actually discuss a lot of things, and I think a lot of people also understand the degree to which, like, foreign governments, particularly the Israelis and the Chinese and the Russians, how they all kind of like manipulate our discourse here in the country. I think that's more understood now by like good, honest people. Whereas if you'd had that conversation, like I remember talking to my parents, about like, oh yeah, I have foreign governments that are making things up about me and smearing me on the internet, but you shouldn't like take that seriously, mom and dad. Like they looked at me like I was like legit mentally ill.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, actually, like, I'm not crazy, and here's an FBI agent you can go talk to about this topic. And I just remember like looking at my mother's face, and she's just like, my son has clearly like lost his mind. But then, of course, like she called the number and realized like I wasn't crazy. And watching my own parents, who are like very boomerish, 60-year-old plus people, my dad's almost 70, watching them like kind of understand that there's this like group of people out there manipulating public discourse, as sort of quasi foreign governments, or sort of aligned with foreign governments. Watching my own parents learn that, it's been quite a learning curve. You know what I mean, to put it mildly. And I think the other thing that most people don't really realize is like these operations run against you and run against your families too. I mean, it's not just you that they target, right? They want to go after. It's like a psychological operation as much as it is anything else. And I think for all the faults of Wesley Clark Jr. and his sort of weird ties with some people around him, I don't think he's wrong about these kind of like psychological operations being run against him. And he said something to me that basically all of the people who are descendants of like the Mayflower and the early settlers of the United States, he's like, there's a concerted operation running to basically make all those people crazy or to mess with them by foreign governments. And I was like, oh, that's pretty interesting. Like, yeah, my family came over on the Mayflower. I've written some stuff about that lately, and it's very telling in a way. There's a sort of like assassination that's going on of public figures that have these sorts of views, would be the way I would frame it.
Yes. Yeah. No, I felt that about what was going on in late 2018 and 2019, especially. And it didn't quite take. And I kind of survived it.
When did it occur to you that was what might be going on? Like what are the consequences?
It occurred to me later.
I knew you during that period, right? And you were like interested in ideas. You were kind of like almost kind of hippie-ish.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I mean, I think people could
very not practical.
Yeah, very non-practical. That's true. I think people could probably sense that in the video that came up today. Yeah. I mean, this is what I noticed. So Charlottesville, of course, happened in August of 2017. And I tried to kind of keep going and with doing college tours. And there was actually 2 more events, both of which just turned into debacles. And there was Florida, which there was a lot of bad things happening around that. It was unworkable. No one was listening. It was just Antifa screaming and so on. It was just horrible, and it kind of brought out the worst in everyone. I mean, I'm on stage and people are yelling at the top of their lungs at me. I mean, it's the most like barbaric thing ever. And then Michigan State, which just turned into a fight. Basically, it was like a miniature Charlottesville where.
By the way, where was this, if you will, in Florida? What was the
The
situation?
University of Florida.
Which? So this is what? This is Orlando,
No,
or where is this?
I actually flew into Orlando, and it was Gainesville. Isn't that where it was? I can't quite remember.
Okay.
So I get these towns mixed up, but
yeah, candidly, I get all of Florida mixed up with itself. Just being honest about it.
Yes,
it all just kind of seems the same.
Yeah. But yeah, and then the other one is Michigan State, and I just stopped it. But what I noticed with Michigan State was that like and I don't. A lot of this can be understood organically, of course, but I noticed that I would look at my Twitter and there would be like 100 mentions just flying down the timeline. And I would suggest that 95 to 99% of those mentions were alt-right people just bashing me, tearing it, everything. He's a Fed, he is gay, he's trying to create violence, he's ruined all of our lives. It was just endless. And, and again, I'm not one of these people who like I have really thin skin and I can't take criticism. Or if someone criticizes, offers like good faith critique, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Let me contemplate. Even if I reject it, it's like I'm going to think through this. But this was just trolling, basically. And again, a lot of that could be explained organically. There needs to be a scapegoat, etc. But these are people who were at Charlottesville. Who went to Charlottesville. I remember there was one girl who poured milk on my face when I was maced and things like that. So she cared enough at that point. And then I remember seeing her. I was like, who is this? And she's just like, laying into me. I'm the worst thing that ever happened. I've ruined her life. And just the most divisive, poisonous nonsense and trolling. And again, like you take a step back from these things and you see these people are like, who are the clout leaders of these groups? There are all these groups that are totally anonymous and they'll have like a clout leader in charge of them. And these people become either like very dubious in themselves or with someone like Ricky Vaughn, what's his name? I'm forgetting his actual name. In some ways, his actual name is not as important. Douglas Mackey,
Douglas
yes,
Mackey.
Who has all these strange connections to the Republican Party through his father, to Arthur Schwartz in New York City. It just goes on and on.
Yeah, his father, for those who are curious, was involved in the largest EB-5 program in the history of Vermont. And Juan Ton That, actually the co-founder of Clearview, with me, he actually went and hired, unbeknownst to me, Ricky Vaughn. So, which was extremely weird, to put it mildly. And I spoke with him back in the day for like maybe 10 minutes or so, and he was like being treated for like internet addiction.
Right.
And I was like, this is clearly not a well person, right? There's clearly something very strange going on with this guy.
And he had an
internet
addiction, and also the just very odd, just kind of like I think we casually use the word schizophrenic. I don't think that's really an accurate term. This multiple personality disorder is probably a better metaphor. So Ricky Vaughn would, on the one hand, be this like average Trump supporter. On the other hand, he would do things that, okay, probably a joke on some level, but is it a joke? He would tweet out these things that would get thousands of, retweets and, hundreds of thousands or millions of views of like, if you're voting in Chicago, the election's on Wednesday, or just something like this.
Right, and I think he got in trouble. Like the feds arrested him. Or something
that's
for
why
that, right? Like he's
trial.
facing.
Yeah, and so
yes. And now,
it's just
what's the state of that? Do people know what the state of that is? I don't know.
I think it's ongoing because he has these lawyers that are established right now, but I don't quite know. It seems like it's going on for a long time.
Charlie Kirk like donated money to him or something crazy like
Wouldn't be
that.
surprised.
Do you
I
know?
wouldn't be surprised at all. And this is what I'm getting at. So someone like Ricky Vaughn is, and first off, let me just say this. Like, okay, I'm sympathetic to the argument that he's being railroaded for, what was in effect a joke, and other people have told this joke, etc. But, if you post physical flyers in Chicago saying the election is on Wednesday and not Tuesday this year, you're going to be arrested. And there's no way you can even consider that not to be a crime. I mean, you are actively putting out disinformation, maliciously doing so to people who are probably pretty susceptible to this kind of thing. And it's a crime.
Yeah, although I think, just to be honest of what I really think about that, I think that there's an effort there to prosecute him and then turn him against the Arthur Schwartz or other people who were handling him during the 2016 cycle, and that perhaps that he was being targeted. And remember, it was the Barr Justice Department that first brought charges, right? So I do wonder if he's maybe being like deliberately scapegoated. We know that Bill Barr targeted a number of people to sort of like clean up the operations, right? He went after John Kerry. I myself was investigated by the FBI when I went to go see Julian Assange at the behest of the CIA. So, I mean, what can I say about this? I mean, there was a period that was going on here where we had a very like craven Justice Department, the same one that went after Matt Gaetz, which later, ultimately they didn't prosecute him. So anyway, I just sort of like, I think people should know some of this background here, but yeah, I do take your point. Like, I mean, this is clearly somebody though who's not well,
right? Well,
like he's
just
not
to
as well.
finish the point though, because
Yeah.
there are all these different masks that he wears, and I imagine he is the same person. And although who knows? Again, it's all anonymous. Who knows? Maybe there's 12 Ricky Vaughns who are running the account, and that in itself is interesting, and it's interesting for the criminal trial. But the major thing is that like he would be an average Trump supporter. He would be an election interference operative. He would be like a crazed Hitlerite, and he would be all of these things. You can find tweets that support all of those personae, I guess. And he's being defended as like an average Trump supporter who was just trolling. Oh, how innocent little Ricky Vaughn. He's not innocent, and he's not just an average boomer who is enthused about tax cuts or something. Like he's.
His attorney, right? Like I knew his previous attorney, Tor Eklund, and Tor Eklund represented Clearview for a hot minute. And Tor Eklund, I think, is representing Pegasus now in Morocco, of all places.
Interesting.
So there's a lot of weird stuff with Tor Eklund. And he's the one who ultimately got Andrew Arnheimer, a.k.a. Weave, out of jail over that whole hacking thing back in the day. So very strange kind of attorney.
Yeah, James Lawrence is less well connected, but I met James Lawrence actually as far back when I was a student at Duke. And I met him via Marcus Epstein, who's another one of these behind-the-scenes players. And James Lawrence, I was an undergraduate at the time. He's a young guy. He's probably in his early or mid-30s now. And so this is going back to 2006. And he was doing this paleo-conservative event, and Marcus was there. I was just kind of attracted to it. I mean, Duke and UNC are, 20, 30-minute drive apart. I just kind of went to it out of curiosity, and there were very few people there. There's probably like half a dozen attendees, so we all went for drinks afterwards, and that's where I met them. But yeah, I mean, I was very surprised to kind of see him crop up, a decade and a half later. It's very interesting. I don't even think he's necessarily really well connected, but there is the Marcus Epstein connection, which I assume is still valid. And, but anyway, it's just this like So you have Ricky Vaughn by 2018, where they're playing this optics game, which was directed against, I think it was directed against like the traditional Workers' Party and Matthew Heimbach to some degree, but it was ultimately directed against me. And it's basically this like, we're going to be average Trump supporters and we're just going to blend into the wallpaper and no one will notice. And this is how you reach people. But it was also kind of like, don't be idealistic, don't be philosophical, don't be thoughtful, just be a kind of
trust the plan, if you will.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And all of this stuff dovetails in that way. And trust the plan, trust in Trump. It's going to be okay. Just, do all this stuff. And the ability for someone like Ricky Vaughn to manipulate these things. I mean, he got involved with, and this is another thing, like Paul Nehlen is someone who I'm a little bit loath to defend because he's, just kind of a
cringe.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know what to say, but I'm trying to be as fair as possible. I mean, I don't even think he's necessarily like a really bad guy at heart, but he was pumped up and then dumped. And they did this to Chris Cantwell. Again, a guy who's, look, let's be honest, it's kind of difficult to defend Chris. I do think that he is a
genuinely mentally ill, in my view.
He's a good guy at heart. Like I would say that. I don't think he's an evil character. I think he's out of control.
So I've come to believe that actually they use these traits of people who are, like in your case, it's probably like, shall we say, a heightened sense of self-regard, right?
Yes.
In my case, it's sort of a lack of social cues,
right?
Perhaps, and a sort of like general kind of loneliness aspect, or maybe a depressive streak even. Mm-hmm. And what they do is they use these aspects of your personality to get you to do operations for them.
Right.
Has been my kind of impression of it. Now, I do think obviously like there's an aspect of free will, but if you go and you put a drink in front of an alcoholic, right, and you just sort of like leave that drink there, right, or whatever, I think that there's some interesting questions you could ask, right, about how free is that choice,
yes.
right? So my view just generally is that there are these clear psychological operations running. We know that they exist because we've seen stories like this Team Jorge thing, which I'm sure not Tom Slocum, but the other Tom can put up, talking about these intelligence operations running out there in the world, right, trying to manipulate people on social media. David Keyes, I've written about this before and talked about it. David Keyes was a sort of handler for Scott Adams, right? So there's a number of these people who their careers are kind of weaponized or used in these weird, elaborate ways.
Well,
and
look at Paul Nehlen.
I had no idea.
Look at Paul Nehlen.
Paul Nehlen is a good example.
So Paul Nehlen is I think he's actually Gen X, but he's kind of a boomer type of personality. And I think he was also genuine at the beginning. That's my vision of him. And I remember all of this stuff of, he was running against Paul Ryan in Wisconsin. Oh, we're going to defeat Paul Ryan. Well, he didn't come close to that, but, good on him for trying, I guess. And then it was all of this, Paul Nehlen's our guy. We're going to support Paul Nehlen. We are going to, he's going to represent the movement and all of this kind of thing. And which again was, not to sound too self-involved here, but it was kind of directed against me. It was like, let's find this normal businessman from Wisconsin to represent us. He was very big in the TRS community. He was very big with Anglin and company. It was Paul Nehlen's great. So they got to him. And they got him to do like Holocaust revision on interviews in the mainstream media. I mean, there's just a lot of things that they kind of like goaded him to being more radical than I think he was. I mean, they OD'd him on red pills. And then what happens is later on, he's like posting images of himself in the White House with rabbis with their heads on pikes. I mean, just totally off the wall. I mean, the kind of thing you would expect from a 13-year-old boy or something, just totally out.
No, I remember speaking to him at one point, like as he was going crazier and crazier.
Mm-hmm.
And it genuinely felt like I was talking to somebody who was like one step removed from like rambling outside on a street corner.
Yeah.
Like he seemed like genuinely not well. And I was like, I asked my father about this. I was like, can you trigger mental illness in people? Like, is that possible? And my dad sort of like knew some things about this, and he was saying basically like, yeah, actually there's like all these intelligence operations where they will, in stress situations, they will basically trigger people to go crazy, and that they actually study how people respond in stressful situations to see if they could like push them to a psychotic break.
Yeah.
And I think that is actually probably what happened with Paul Nehlen. And I don't mean that like I don't mean to like scare people or whatever, but like it's very clearly the case that like he was not. I would have like I had maybe like 3 conversations over like the 3 or so years that I knew him, and he was not the same person at the end of those 3 years. Like I don't know how to describe it any other way. Like it was genuinely disturbing to kind of see it play out. And I've seen that with Scott Adams. I've seen that with a number of people that I've known. And I don't think I'm just being like a, moderate cuck, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I think I'm genuinely observing a phenomenon, which is that the types of people that are like addicted to their phones, that are on their phones all the time, trying to build clout, trying to build their identity, they strike me as like profoundly unwell people. And as somebody who was, banned from Twitter way back when, I can tell you in like 2015 or so, I was banned for life supposedly from Twitter. Whoops. And was banned, and basically like my mental health got like way better.
Yeah.
Like I could just feel like I could make decisions more clearly. I was like way more rested. I didn't, it was a very strange thing. And I was like, well, this is happening to me. Like this is clearly happening to a lot of people out there. But I don't know. It's something I've thought a lot about over the years.
The movement pumped and dumped him. So basically they did this to Cantwell. And again, is Cantwell a totally sane individual or no? Look, let's be honest here. Okay. I do think that Christopher Cantwell does have a good heart, or at the very least, when you talk,
he's in prison now, though,
he's
right?
out of prison now. But yes, okay. Look, I'm not going to defend these guys, but I'm also not going to throw them under the bus. Okay, he is a man taken for all in all, as Hamlet said about his father. I mean, it's just.
Well, I will tell you, he called me at one point and just started screaming at me. I'd never spoken to him before. And I was like, wow, that guy is under a lot of stress.
Exactly.
Exactly. Like, that was my reaction to it. And I didn't, I just sort of like, it was sort of, it's like, when you see couples fighting in public, like I saw this happen recently when I was at a grocery store. I saw them like arguing with each other in the frozen food aisle. And I just sort of like put my stuff down and like walked away, right? Because you just don't want to get in the middle of whatever that was, right?
Well,
it was like one of those situations.
So after Charlottesville, he was considered the hero of all heroes. 3 months later, they're attacking him incessantly. And maybe, again, my own, narcissism saved me. Because on some level, I don't care what these people think. So in some ways, I'm like untrollable in this kind of interesting way, I guess. But Chris does. Chris has a very different personality than I do. He was pushed over the edge. I mean, he ended up in prison. I do believe he's out now. And I do think that there are some good qualities about Chris Cantwell. And I think there's some bad qualities. But, he is who he is. But they pumped him and dumped him. So, the same exact people who are calling him a hero 3 months later are, accusing him of all sorts of things and just bashing him incessantly. They then did this to Nehlen. So Nehlen was the hero. He's going to save everyone. 3 months later, we hate Paul Nehlen or whatever. And in reaction to this, he actually doxed Ricky Vaughn and showed this kind of behind the scenes stuff, which is actually pretty interesting, about how Ricky Vaughn wanted to work for his campaign, was making these promises, wanted list, all this kind of stuff. And then he wasn't hired by Nayland. And then, a week later, there's a coordinated troll storm against Paul Nayland. Now, I'm not a big Paul Nayland fan. I actually wrote an article on New Year's of 2018, basically saying that, like, this is really not what you want to do. Like, what my argument then was, you need an idealistic movement of a few people who are going to, like, put forward big, bold ideas. In terms of someone who's running for office, you don't want to be trolling or doing historical revision or whatever. I mean, you've got to win over average people in Wisconsin, for God's sake. You should be talking about the price of cheese or whatever the hell they care about. I mean, you're not going to present yourself as, well, let me give you this lecture on how Hitler was right or defamed by Jewish historians. I mean, it's just, give me a break. And he's not the right one to do it anyway. But anyway, they
and remember, Steve Bannon was a big promoter of Paul Nayland.
Yes,
let's not forget, right? Ann Coulter was a big promoter of Paul Nayland.
Yes.
There were sort of a number of these people who were big Paul Nayland fans, and so and of course they wanted to talk about immigration. Julia Hahn, right, who later went to go work for the Trump White House, she was a big fan of his, worked closely with him. So there was a lot of weird stuff there, as George, what was it? As George W. That was some weird shit, right? As George W. Bush put it one time, memorably, after the Trump speech.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, it's. But your general point. It's kind of like. It's like these actors that get promoted, right? They get promoted and then they get taken down. They get promoted and then they get taken down. And it's like there's this whole, like, operation running around people in political discourse. And they get sort of taken out or taken down, as it were. And then they're sometimes they're brought back, kind of like in a telenovela or something, I guess. But in other cases, they're just sort of like destroyed. And
Baked Alaska.
This is just sort of how that goes.
Baked Alaska is a type of personality that I think could probably easily be hypnotized. Like, it's just this very receptive sponge type personality. And look at this guy. Not only is he in J6, but he's going around grocery stores harassing employees on behind, just creating chaos left and right. I mean, it's just they do this over and over. And all of these mainstream people like Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter was conveniently one of the first ones to bash me after there was this weird thing. I don't even want to go into it because I'm kind of like over all this stuff, but like this very weird thing with a tape of me after Charlottesville losing my shit and freaking out that was secretly recorded by one of these weirdos who was among the crowd, and then released by Milo, and then it's just, she was one of the first to spread that.
Milo, by the way, who has a blackmail vault that he keeps on people. Milo, who was a intern for Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? That same Milo.
Who bragged
very
about
strange
this
stuff.
vault, this hard drive that he had that had goods on everyone. I mean, I think he was actually exaggerating, but regardless, just
who knows?
Who knows exactly? And why would you ever talk to someone like that? I mean, anyway, again, these connections are actually there, and you can kind of see it. You can find little networks on social media and that just reveal these connections. Anyway, they just pump and dump people. I think I've been able to survive to some extent because I kind of, I don't know, I'm talking to people now on a regular basis who are not like this. I'm not talking with anyone in the dissident right or whatever they're calling themselves now. They all hate me. I hate them. Good riddance. Bye-bye. And it's like, I don't want to play your game. I'm not your puppet. I'm not your scapegoat. I'm not your mascot. We're just not playing this game. And again, it's like there's a possibility for some kind of future when you just sever those ties and just get away from all of these people who are never going to really take any responsibility for what they do, who remain anonymous or in the shadows or whatever. And it's just, there's just nothing good can come from them. And their whole ideology is dumb anyway. So like there's nothing good about them, basically.
Well, I mean, I don't know that they want to have an ideology, right? Like, that's the thing that's even kind of more disturbing about it. So I don't know. I mean, I've come to the conclusion over the last few years that, like, I know this sounds totally insane, like, and I'm sort of like, taking a deep breath as I say it, but I've come to the conclusion that there are just an absurd numbers of blackmail operations, spying operations, people breaking into each other's phones, stealing pictures of each other. That we live in this like Pegasus blackmail hack and leak operation world, and it's fucking real. Like, I've had it happen to me. You know what I mean? Like, and when you talk to people about it, it's very hard to talk about it. Where, I think you and I were like we were like the front of something. We were like the beta version of a project that was running. Like, we were I said to a friend of mine recently that I'm like the rats from Nim, the rats of Nim who like ran away from the the mad scientist or whatever. And I think to some extent, like, you and I are I mean, it's gauche to say this, but like, we're relatively waspish. You have a graduate degree. I have a number of companies that I've backed. We're sort of not we're not the baked Alaska class, shall we say? I myself am more of a smoked salmon than a baked Alaska, person. But yeah, I mean, so I think we were like, there was a field test run on us, I think would be the way I would describe it. And I've come to the conclusion in recent years that a lot of these anti-Semitic attacks, right, are used as distractions from other things going on. And we certainly see that in Israel right now, where there's essentially like a melting down of the Netanyahu government, but all of the conservatives can't say anything about it, right? It's sort of like no one can chat about it, no one can say anything about it in the American discourse, because many of the oligarchs who back them, right, are not, they're not able to have this conversation lest they lose money, right? Like Ben Shapiro, who has been, Netanyahu on his show, right? Like, he's not going to go, he's not going to go and like criticize Netanyahu, right? Like, that's just not going to happen.
No.
So there's an aspect of this where I think people just don't understand how much our politics is manicured and manufactured. And for those who are unaware, like, I think Jordan Bloom has written some interesting stuff on this. Arthur Bloom has written some interesting stuff about this over at his Substack. But yeah, I mean, these operations are real. They exist, and they're kind of why a lot of our discourse, I think, increasingly seems fake. And as the Republican Party becomes less and less college educated, less and less erudite, shall we say, it's become a lot more like lower tier, lower class, right, in how these conversations happen. And you can kind of see that in kind of how dumb the operations continue to be.
Yeah. Well, it's just these people they're very suggestible. I mean, going back to the Scott Adams, the Dilbert creator, isn't it this whole thing? I mean, it's like everything about it didn't strike me as an op exactly, but just this, like, it was an op against him in many ways. And he's staring at his phone all day, seeing photos of like black students attacking white kids in high school and all of this kind of stuff. And he's listening to these people. These are all Trump fans. He kind of, resonates with them, and all of this kind of stuff. And next thing you know, he kind of throws this thing out there calling blacks a hate group or something. And look, I don't want to deny the reality of, say, inner city schools. All right, I'm not going to lie to anyone about that. There are some real aspects to this, but there's a way in which you get like in this like chamber or like kaleidoscope where you just can't like understand reality, and everything becomes massively distorted to the point that you do things like say, like all Black Americans are part of a hate group and we just need to get away from them. And you have this like, moment of explosion and divisiveness, etc. And again, there's some reality to all this stuff, but it's a skewed reality. It's like a kaleidoscopic reality. And these people, like, yeah, I mean, I can sit down and analyze this stuff and like kind of see through it or be critical of it or try to rise above it or something like that. Most of these people can't. And they are going to be mind fucked by this kind of stuff again and again and again. And it's going to get worse and worse and more extreme. And more, I think, geopolitically salient, if that's the best way to describe it. I think particularly with regards to the war in Ukraine, I mean, I think we've already seen that in the sense of the entire right has been basically mind fucked to believe that the war isn't happening, as Cat Turd said, or Russia's winning, or Russia's the good guy, or it's about Fauci and the biolabs, or it's just this.
Well, I'll just tell you, it is amazing to watch. I posted in the Jumbotron 2 pieces I did on Scott Adams, and Scott and I used to be quite friendly. Like we would chat every other day or so. And what became clear to me is he was a profoundly lonely man, right? He had had a number of successes. He had no sort of children. He had a stepson, obviously, who was a drug addict, who he's talked about. And he was basically just on his phone all day, every day, in his sort of giant home in Pleasanton, California. And it was deeply disturbing to see what happened to him. I mean, the piece I wrote about how he was sort of managed by David Keyes. David Keyes was, ran psychological operations for Netanyahu, right, for many years. And Jake Novak was also somebody he dealt with every day. Jake Novak is the one who got in trouble for trying to set up Congressman Matt Gaetz, on the whole like weird Israel operation that was run against Gaetz. And then you have people like Joel Pollack over at Breitbart, who were sort of like clearly handlers for Scott Adams in some sort of way. And yeah, it's pretty messed up. I mean, if you look at, the piece I did about how there's basically a slow assassination going on of thinking people within the Republican Party, or sort of compromising them in different ways. I mean, we've talked about John Weaver before. I mean, we could go through the list, right? I mean, Kellyanne Conway having her polling firm purchased by Leonard Leo.
Oh, wow.
Leonard Leo.
I saw that in your Substack today. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, $1.6 billion from Barry's side, right? Like, I mean, this shit is ridiculous. Like, and then of course they're neighbors of Oleg Deripaska, right? I mean, like, are we not supposed to like ask the larger question of like, to what extent is the American right like actually foreign compromised? Right. I mean, it's really kind of a crazy thing. And I'd say like you and I saw a lot of this stuff, right? Like up close and personal. And I think people aren't really ready to have that conversation yet in the country as a whole. And maybe we need, I mean, I don't know what you think should be done about the de-influencerization. I mean, obviously, we need a better word for that. But like, you look at these people who sort of are on these spaces constantly, sort of managing, young people's public opinion. You look at like I mean, Scott is now doing all this stuff on Locals. Locals is owned by Dave Rubin. David Sachs was a major investor. David Sachs, who's married to an Italian-American woman whose father was in the mob. right? It's like not up for debate. Like those are just facts. Like people can argue them if they like, but they are what they are. And you look at it, and he's like, leading the charge about how we should have like a peace deal with Russia, and it's just like, locals.com, the code base was written by an Israeli intelligence officer. Right. So like, are we just like not supposed to talk about this, or like we just supposed to ignore it, or like what is the deal here? Like, aren't we supposed to pretend that the Israelis are great coders and brilliant in every respect? Like, then why can't we talk about locals being like partially Israeli owned, right? So there's just like a lot of weird shit here that like we're just not allowed to talk about somehow. And you think about from Scott's point of view. So Scott, the statements that Scott made, like, I'm not going to defend them, whatever. People say a lot of crazy things on the internet. I myself have said some weird things on the internet. What ends up happening, though, with Scott's stuff is it got immediately amplified by all these botnets out there. And it was clearly designed to kind of promote a kind of race war, right? It was designed to provoke a conversation. And there are all these like lefty outlets that sort of saw the opportunity to condemn him. There are all these people who like use the opportunity to make a big much ado about their own, basically clout chasing off of the train crash that was his career. And that whole situation is just very, very difficult. And what we should be doing is we should just basically be going to Scott, who's 65 years old. He's newly divorced, I think, for a second or third time. And like, if this guy was our neighbor, right? Like, let's say he was in our community, right? Like, wouldn't we go over to his house and be like, hey man, you all right? Like, do you need anything? Like, but we can't somehow do that because of the way, our sort of system is set up, right? We have to condemn him. We have to like take away his livelihood, which forces him to dig in. We have to like do all this like weird kind of kabuki theater stuff to him. And I just don't really get that personally. Like, I don't understand where that comes from. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to put it. It's like it's a kind of viciousness that I don't really get personally. And obviously you look at the Israelis were amplifying it. There are various other players that were amplifying up his content. And if you go and you look at, like, if you read Wang Huning, the number 3 most powerful person in China, he talks about how he wants to trigger a civil war in the United States, and that one of the ways he wants to do that is through a race war, right? And so here is a situation where, like, again, I'm not defending Scott's comments. I think they're like kind of crazy and cringe and weird. They were very online comments, right? He's talking about Rasmussen polling. Rasmussen polling is usually wrong. Like, I met the Rasmussen guy. He's like got all these weird connections with the Israelis himself. So it's kind of like, what's going on here? And you think about it from the perspective of other countries. If America gets united, like, we're very hard to beat. So there's clearly like a lot of effort and money invested in triggering a kind of craziness within our population and in our discourse. So it's pretty insane,
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see more and more of these kind of like craziness on the Republican side. I certainly see Carrie Lake as a part of that, where she's like kind of encouraging a kind of nutty behavior out there. You can certainly see that with my pillow guy, Mike Lindell. You can see that obviously with Fox, right? The degree to which Fox is participating in kind of this rage farming, getting us to hate one another just to sell pillows. I mean, it's pretty fucked up when you sit back and think about it. And I think what we should be trying to do is really target the financial infrastructure of a lot of these operations and really raise questions about what's going on here as these people are propped up. Go ahead, Leah.
Thanks, Charles. I wanted to, this is a little bit back a little bit in the subject matter, but I just wanted to affirm that the reality of these online ops, and I've been writing about them on Twitter since 2016. I've caught a lot of shit for it for years. But some of them are foreign, but some of them are domestic. And I have since 2016 gotten to know, through my contacts in the hacktivist community, gotten to know people who were actually involved in some of the ops that were run. And they're run against both sides. Sometimes it's the same people doing the ops that purporting that with accounts, persona accounts, purporting to be leftist and persona accounts purporting to be right wing, and targeting different personalities. They both do propaganda. They do sort of psyops in the milieu, and they also target certain personalities who are seen as vulnerable individuals in the sort of fringe of the leadership of a lot of these operations and political movements. And I mean, I know these people, like they exist and they do this for work. They're paid to do this. So these ops exist, and people need to understand that when you're on a platform like Twitter, you're in a literal battleground of an information war, and that unless you know the people that you are talking to are real people, are authentic people, you really probably shouldn't give them the time of day, and you certainly shouldn't signal boost their content, because a lot of these accounts, I mean, they're hundreds and thousands and who knows how many accounts on here that are not authentic people. They're persona accounts, and they exist solely to do these kind of online operations, and they can be very, very convincing. I mean, the black Twitter did a great job of calling out your slip is showing, which identified accounts that pretended to be Black Americans and were clearly not Black when they were questioned and sort of followed up with within Black Twitter. So they exist on all the communities that were all parts of, regardless of our political persuasion, and they exist to increase division and to turn us against one another. And so I just kind of wanted to validate that it happens. I know people who are paid to do it, and it's real, and people need to really wise up about it and start conducting themselves accordingly on these platforms.
Yes.
Yeah, or maybe the platforms themselves have a duty of care, right? That maybe we should start.
You would think, yeah.
I mean,
you would think. I mean, Twitter Insiders just came out recently. There was a BBC article that also contained the information about Elon Musk taking his bodyguards to the bathroom. But the more interesting part was that that Twitter Insiders are saying they can't do anything about either state-funded or other trolling or anything at this point, because they just don't have the tools to do it.
Yeah, and then of course the right wingers view that as like, oh, look at this female journalist who doesn't want to get criticism or something. And I'm sure there's a little bit of that, to be honest, but they're overlooking the massive, issue. Another aspect of their personalities is that they believe that if you're anonymous, you're authentic. So they have this word, face fagging and things like that, or name fagging. Those are all, if you're using your face and your name, you're suspect. The only way we can trust you is if we have no idea who you are. I mean, it's just a total inversion of like world history, basically.
Or of having of having integrity, right? Like,
yeah,
exactly. Just to put it mildly.
People used a pen name for a reason. I mean, for multiple.
Which, by the way, they used to make those arguments all the time, and then I'd be like, well, actually, pretty much everybody knew who Silence Dogood was, and Publius.
Right.
This was not high, they were taking all this OPSEC to sit down and write
the Federalist paper. Oh, that's a completely ridiculous argument. Everyone knew who was writing the letters that became the Federalist Papers. Yeah, no, but people use pen names for all sorts of reasons. They're embarrassed about a work, or I've actually read some of Anne Rice's early erotic fiction, if we want to call it that. Pretty interesting stuff. She used a pen name.
How was that?
Because I'm sure she was embarrassed as hell by
I mean,
yeah, put that up in the Jumbotron. We need to do some investigation.
There's an important role for anonymity, especially for accounts of people who live in certain places where using your real name that you could get killed. I mean, there's definitely a role for anonymity. I'm not against anonymous accounts. I have a lot of friends who have anonymous accounts, but I think when you are getting attacked by people and it is happening, especially in a pylon, there's a good chance that there's some kind of inauthentic activity going on.
It's just a totally different world now. You're not writing, salacious novels. You're not criticizing the government as one lone voice, or you're a whistleblower or something. No, you're a troll. You're part of a farm. I mean, it's just totally different. Nothing like this
Yeah,
existed.
I'm of the view that anonymity on the internet needs to kind of go away as a matter of public integrity and public safety.
I
Uh,
lean towards that as well. And remember, I don't know exactly how to crack the nut, but I do lean in that direction. And
I mean, I
remember,
would like
like,
a version of Twitter that just has everybody on it that has their real names on it,
well,
and
be
toggle back and
verified.
forth,
Yeah, but remember, Elon Musk was promising this. It was like, I want to do free speech. We want to attack all the bots and so on. The exact opposite has happened
Are you
from
trying
what he
to
promised.
suggest that Elon Musk is dishonest and disingenuous, Richard? I won't stand for this.
Yeah,
It's not like
it's a
he has any ties with organized crime in other countries or anything like that. Um, I mean, look, I what can I say about this? I mean, Elon is a liar, and people who know him know that. And when I told him that Igor Kurganov, who he was going to give billions of dollars to in Twitter stock, was backed by the Chinese mob, a Russian Jewish poker player backed by the mob. I told him this, and then he proceeded to like tell everyone to not work with me in the tech industry. Like he proceeded to try and blacklist me, which is not like the kind of thing you do. And it wasn't like it was like me just being a crazy person, right? It was like me with like the FBI knowing about it, right? Like you could Google this and look it up and see it for yourself.
yeah.
So, no, I mean, look, there's a level here, and there's a kind of Gen X what je ne sais quoi, a kind of Gen X, shall we say, like middlemanning between generations and between countries, where like they seem to think that they know best, right? But like the macroeconomics are the macroeconomics. Like if you live in this country, like you have an obligations to be supportive of this country and not necessarily supportive of its policies, right? You could try to reform them, but like that's not what we're talking about here, right? Like when we're talking about a world in which like Elon Musk is like going to turn over, $5 billion to a Russian poker player, right? Like that's not normal behavior, right?
Right.
Like I think we can kind of all acknowledge that that's not like, my political free speech, man. Like that's just not what that is, right? And I think when we look out into the world and we see Elon, Teslas are basically built, until recently from aluminum that was from Oleg Deripaska's operations, right? Sort of Russian oligarch in Ukraine. Like we need to be like asking real questions about like what the fuck is going on here. And he's like meeting with people connected to El Chapo down in Mexico for his latest operation. Like these are not normal things that are going on. They're things that are being done to us, and we need to start just being honest about that and sort of exposing it. And I've written a lot about this at my Substack. People can see it's free. Go over there, have a look, Google it, check it for yourself. Like if you think I'm wrong, call me out. Like prove me wrong. This is this sort of like attitude that we've developed where like we have to be pro Elon or anti Elon. No, fuck that. Like we need to evaluate what people say, and actually test them on what they're saying, and not like fall into cults. Or cult thinking or magical thinking. It's really kind of dangerous for our discussion writ large.
Yes.
But anywho, by the way, people who are in the who are waiting to speak, many of them are anonymous, right? And like giving me the thumbs down or whatever. I'll just boot you. Like if you don't like it, like get an account with the real name.
You'll get shot. You'll get shot about this case.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't have patience for it. Like, this is not your opinion. Like, this is like, like if you don't like it, like, leave. Anyway, go ahead. I think Tom was waiting. Tom Slocum was waiting. I mean, Tom, you ran for office? You saw like a lot of these foreign operations run in Texas. We've talked about this. I mean, is anything we're saying here striking you as odd or strange or whatever?
Nothing y'all have said tonight has struck me as odd or strange at all. It's very much on cue, on par. The most fascinating thing about it is the radicalization of these people and how everybody stands back and nobody intervenes, as you were suggesting earlier. Some of these people clearly go off the deep end, and the liberal Democrats just sit back and love it. They soak it up, and of course foreign interests love it. They love to see it. So to pretend like this isn't a thing and it doesn't happen, of course it does. It happens all the time, and people want it to happen, and for various reasons.
Yeah, I don't know that it's a liberal Democrat thing or a conservative Republican thing. I think there's something about human nature that delights in seeing people light themselves on fire or like get harmed, right? It's kind of like why we rubberneck on the side of the freeway, right? We sort of feel like we're entitled to look at like the crash that's delayed us, right? And I think there's something very human about this, which is kind of what makes it very hard to critique. But I do wonder, like, how do we actually like live together in kind of harmony with one another? I mean, it does seem to me like we should be like extending a measure of grace and forgiveness and kindness to people who go through these kind of like clearly traumatic events. Like I'm just reading Scott Adams' Twitter like while we're here, and like this guy is like not well. Okay, like I think we can kind of read that. I mean, go check it for yourself. Like I don't want to be mean or whatever. He has a family history of mental illness. He's talked about that himself, right? And I think we need to afford people some measure of like forgiveness and love and acceptance. I do think he's probably being punished in what I call the fake because of his tie-ins with a lot of these Likud people. I mean, he's basically favored, basically ethnically cleansing the Palestinians for years, which is a very strange position for a cartoonist from Pleasanton, to take. Like just being blunt about it, like it's a very strange, place to go. And I've written some about that at the Substack. People can see that for themselves. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, what's your sense, Richard? I mean, we've seen people though like lose their shit right over the last
Yeah.
few years that we've known. And the question is, did they ever really have their shit together in the first place, or were they kind of propped up precisely because of their mental instability? And then,
That is a good question. I mean, I won't go into names. You'll just have to take my word for it on this. But there are three people whose paths I have crossed over the past, say, 5 to 7 years, or 10 years, really, in my career as a radical. And I know there's a certain type of person. They've all committed suicide. And they were all effectively white nationalist bloggers who were kind of run up the pole and down it. And
do you think they committed suicide, or do you think they were killed? I mean, I know Arthur Bloom.
I think they committed suicide. I don't. The idea that a high level hit squad would take out these guys is a bit of a stretch. I think they genuinely committed suicide, but they they.
I don't know that I would be so. Maybe some of them, yes.
Why would they? Okay.
Well, I mean, we've seen situations like Larry Greenfield supposedly died, who was a Claremont person, who was involved in a Ponzi scheme, an international Ponzi scheme involving his brother, and we've seen a number of these characters who, whenever interest rates rise or they're like the feds are coming after them, right? There was that guy recently in the Daily Beast, they wrote about in the Daily Beast, who was like moving drugs into the United States. Do you guys remember this story? And he killed himself in the woods or something right before his trial was to begin.
Oh yeah, this is another one. I wasn't even thinking of him. Yeah, I mean, he was the face of Charlottesville. He was, with this angry look on his face, holding a tiki torch with a Identity Europa polo T-shirt and so on. Yeah, and immediately behind him in that photo is so-called Millennial Matt, who it was revealed was a FBI, at the very least, informant, an asset.
By the way, I've come to the conclusion, for what it's worth, that if you want to like traffic drugs, right, or you want to do like really bad things, you kind of need people to be like socially unforgivable, right? You kind of need them to have criminal records. You kind of need them to be unhirable, right? Sort of beyond public reproach, public esteem, right? And so I've noticed over the years, and there have been many examples of this that we could turn to. I know, Tom, not Slocum, but the other Tom. Tom Slocum, you're now Slocum, and the other one's Tom because it's too confusing. And Tom predates you. So Tom, yeah, I mean, Tom and I have talked about this before of like autistic teens being used by Israelis to kind of target synagogues and basically make Jews afraid, right? This sort of use of like mentally ill or unstable people, kind of a weaponized autism or a weaponized, schizophrenia. I think this is a real thing, and when you look at people, we talked a little bit about Christian Angermeyer the other night, who is the guy who's like tied in with the Wirecard scandal. And for those who are not like following German politics, and admittedly it's a niche interest, and maybe best not to talk about, given that some of us have been accused of all kinds of crazy views. But I do wonder, Russian intelligence, we know, is like heavily involved in a lot of this kind of thing, of like basically using white nationalists and other sort of like crazy fringe neo-Nazi types to target installations within the United States. And it does seem to me that these people are identified and selected and processed. And you look at somebody like an Angermeyer, and he is, gay, German, very plugged into all these different networks. And he is a major investor in the psychedelic space, along with Rebecca Mercer and Peter Thiel, right? And that is just like, that is a fact. Like, that's not like my opinion. You can go and look at that for yourself. And, one of the things I posted up, I did a sort of small thread on this. Prince Harry is going and like he's like taking psychedelics, talking with that Aaron Mate's father. I don't know if you saw that. And then like, the piece the thing I pointed out is, so Mike Novogratz, big Bitcoin guy, he did this whole situation like pushing psychedelics in the United States. And then we see that Vladimir Putin's translator, a guy by the name of Daniil Bissingler, is how you say it, that he was basically running Angermeyer on behalf of Russian intelligence. Angermeyer is, of course, plugged in with Jan Marsalek and with Rick Grinnell, right? Jan Marsalek being the Wirecard guy, who's the Austrian guy who's at large now, on the run in presumably in Russia, though we don't really know definitively. So yeah, I mean, I think there's some real craziness here, and as people are pointing out, Milo was very close with Louise Mensch, a sort of another kind of like mentally ill kind of figure. Who the hell knows what to make of Milo? It's pretty crazy. And yeah, it's an interesting question.
I mean, Louise Mensch is an actual operative. I mean, she infiltrated, she infiltrated the online anti-Trump movement immediately after the election. She cozied up to there were only a handful of us who were speaking out, who were known as sort of resistance voices. She cozied up to us, borrowed our clout, legitimized herself with our followers, and then one by one, she turned against each one of us, accused us of being Russian assets, and used this massive block list that a friend of mine wrote, by the way, the code for. And used it to divide the online anti-Trump movement. And after she was done with that, she next was assigned to move on to, I'm assuming, infiltrating Anonymous and the hacktivists in the online ops community. And she attempted to do that a little bit less successfully, because they're online operatives, and so they're a little more wary. But I mean, I watched all this play out. She's admitted it to me that she targeted me specifically. I have her in writing admitting that to me. And yeah, so she's crazy, but she's also really just ruthless and a paid operative. So these things aren't mutually.
She's admitted that she's been a big drug user in the past.
Yeah, well. I mean, a lot of times when I'm evaluating this, okay. A lot of times when I'm evaluating these things, I come up with this question: is this person an operative, or do they have a cluster B personality disorder? And that means, like, are they, a sociopath, narcissist, borderline, or something? Because
or maybe both. Like, I've come to the conclusion that a lot of these people are, in fact, like, they operate on many different levels. They operate on whatever level the operation needs them to operate on, so they can basically shift accordingly. Let's go to.
They're the ultimate groomers. Those are real they're groomers.
Yes, they're real groomers in a certain sense, and yeah, and I don't think it's a coincidence that word groomer came into vogue right around the time that we were identifying a lot of these operations running. I think it's very much in keeping there. But let's go to Caravelt and then Dana.
Yeah, well, I was just about to go off. Before I wanted to go, I wanted to just say, first off to Richard. I listened to the podcast on NoJumper. Really amazing stuff. I've been listening to NoJumper for a little while. Also, Destiny, really great video. Show. You should do more in the future. And Charles,
Thank you.
hopefully, I know you don't like doing this kind of stuff, but maybe you'll reconsider sometime down the line. But anyways,
Yeah,
take care,
Charles, I
gentlemen.
would second that. I think it would be fascinating for you to go on NoJumper, and you got a vibe out there. It's a
I
different
will
true.
say
type of platform.
I do feel very comfortable talking about political things with non-political people. So I
Yeah.
will maybe, maybe we could maybe offline chat about it, Richard. But I do I do think I think you and I sort of have an obligation here as people who are relatively young when we were being processed through this to kind of talk about it in public settings. So I do kind of look upon it as like kind of maybe a public responsibility or a public charge. I know now that you and I are fathers, right? Like, I mean, we have a kind of obligation, I think, to help the youths here identify these things and sort of watch out for them because they are
Yes.
real and they're all around them. Yeah, maybe.
Contact Guilty Helmsley, whatever that guy's name is, and you'll move forward from there. All right.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to be. It would be interesting to be on a show with somebody having more vibrant hair color than I have. I don't know. It's a little something. Go ahead, Dana.
Well, I'm kind of contemplating if I should even say anything because it's about Louise Mensch, and I just kind of wondering if I should say something.
Well, go ahead. I mean,
Well,
up to you.
Yeah, you've broken the seal
I mean,
now, Dana.
I'm not afraid to talk about it. It's just
I'm genuinely afraid of her. So
okay. I
whatever.
dated her a long time ago, and you need to look at her brothers, her sisters, her father, her mother, and when she first broke out, she was married to an Italian mafia guy who's the Cicero family, which was the porn industry. If y'all want to look that up, I have it. I can send it to you. It was the FBI file on it.
Yeah, I vaguely recall this actually at the time when I
found
researched
it
this myself.
first. I gave it to everybody, and they were like flipped out over it. And then her brother-in-law, that's married to her sister, his name is Robin Knights, and he worked for Deutsche Bank, and he also had a orphanage in Romania, an orphanage charity in Romania that he shared with Prince Andrew's ex-wife. What's her name? Fergie. Yes, and she's also.
Yeah, she was also, if I recall correctly, she was also very close to Ian Miles Chong.
Yes.
Who she employed at Heath Street.
Correct.
So
That's Richard's favorite foreign influencer.
But they're not studying their best.
She also worked at MTV back when Robert Maxwell owned it, or was part owner to it when she was very young, and that's when she had fallen, in love with her.
Yeah, there's a lot of photos
husband.
of her with. There's a lot of photos with her and Milo, I think.
Yes,
if
they
I
were
recall
together
correctly,
in the
as well.
What's the hotel? The one that's across from Trump, the Plaza, and
yes,
then,
the one where a lot of the Israeli intelligence operations were run out of.
Prince was there.
Yeah, I think if whatever you have on that, Dana, like let's put it up in the jumbotron because I think it's important that people kind of like discover the networks there and really probe those networks and look at all the kind of who's married to who and what have you.
Robin Knights did
that.
Remember when the bonds in Germany were changing, the German bonds? That's what her brother-in-law did. He's much older than her younger sister when they married, and
she called me after Trump won, and she basically lied about the conversation that we had, and she claimed that I had said like a whole bunch of racial slurs or something on the phone call, and really I just like literally picked up my phone and because she just kept calling me, and I picked it up and I was like, I don't really know you, like I don't know what the situation is, but she had like created this whole elaborate story about me, and it was a very strange thing. I've never really figured out how to make that. I mean, it It was a very strange thing. I don't know
Well,
what
don't
to.
forget,
And I
she's
was
connected to a lot of hackers. She also, her father was on the board of the SLG group, and then he represented Vincent. You always know how to say his name right. That was the Iranian.
Cengiz.
Yes.
Yeah, Cengiz.
So
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, I'm seeing the guy who had him arrested in the UK. I'm seeing him when I'm in London next week. So I will ask about some of this stuff while I'm over there.
Well, that's why my
But
picture has the little London car, because when I was over there, I did the same thing. I did a lot of vetting and research on her. Her father owns a art gallery that you have to that I went by to try to go inside it, and you have to have an appointment. It's not open unless you make an appointment, which I was like, sure, that's perfect. So you would have to make an appointment to go in and with her father to actually make a bid or look at the artwork that's in there.
yeah, very strange stuff. Go ahead, Ace.
Yeah, Richard, I was watching the Destiny Adam 22 video, and like an hour and 30 minutes in, you brought up a point about can popular culture basically be put back in the bottle, like the genie back in the bottle, with generations of people growing up with porn and social media. And I think the conversation got sidetracked elsewhere, but I don't remember what your take on was that, because I think the host, Adam, I think he admitted he like uses OnlyFans, and even he admits it's pretty daunting. So, I mean, do you see like even a podcast like that allows you to speak? I mean, do you think you can ever really go back and kind of unlearn all the technological stuff that you guys were talking about, the influence of it, rather?
Oh, do we lose Richard?
It's so over.
I guess he
that's a no.
got deported. Yeah, I mean, he has strong views on the subject. Well, I guess, yeah, I was going to post.
There he is.
He back.
Yeah. All right. Is he back up in the jumbotron, or he wants to speak? All right, hold up. We'll bring him back up.
Just basically, like,
Go
how
ahead,
do you
Richard.
like combat the technological age of porn and social media, especially when like the host of the podcast was like, yeah, even he is a victim to it. Like, how's the current ever going to shift in the other direction?
Oh, yeah, you're talking about Adam.
Yeah.
He was very down to earth about it all. Like I was being gentle in criticism, but he was, yeah. I mean, he agreed with me effectively that porn is terrible. I mean, it's kind of interesting.
Well, that's a major industry. That's a major industry up there in California. So,
Oh yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't get any real trouble there.
Oh no, he won't. I mean, I think what I was saying is so kind of, arcane or philosophical or something. I don't think so. I think it'll just be treated as spice, basically. But yeah,
What
I mean, these people, they're many of them are psychopaths, of course, but I mean, many of them are like aware of what this is, and they're into it. They're tantalized by it, but then they kind of understand the dark side of it all and the harm that it's doing to all of us.
Well,
actually.
Well, where can that like anti-porn sentiment really come from if everybody's kind of incubated with it? And like even people who admit that it's bad still participate in it, because it seems like like you guys talked about the Matt Walsh drag queen thing as like a distraction. But like what else can people do today?
Well, what else? I mean, I think yes, porn has become such a part of daily life that I agree with you. It would be like telling people to stop drinking coffee or something at this point. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, just again, because I'm in my mid 40s. I mean, I remember like my first Penthouse magazine, and we stole it. So I'm admitting to a crime
Who
here.
from? Who from?
No, not. It wasn't one of those. I'm sure there. Yeah, I remember there's others of going to someone's house and they raid their dad's study or something. But no, I can remember going into. I stole it. I'm admitting to a crime here, guys. I'm
Lock him up.
I'm just trying to get it off my chest. going into some, dingy convenience store, and we like created a little bit of a distraction, and I discreetly slipped some Penthouse and whatever, Hustler or whatever. But that
You ran an op.
Larry Flint and I were good friends, for people who don't. The late Larry Flint. And yeah, he was an interesting sui generis figure.
Sure. But my point in relaying this anecdote is that it was gold. I mean, it was like contraband. Like it was this weird thing that you had to like hide away, and then look at on occasion, this kind of thing. And you could sell it for, I don't know, $50 or something to someone else. I mean, this is the world. This is the world of my childhood. I mean, we're just in a completely different world. I mean, porn is priceless, or I don't want to say invaluable, literally invaluable, in the sense that we're inundated with it. It's ubiquitous. You can't get away from it. And it's I don't know if we've like fully contemplated how this affects us psychologically, and no one really wants to have this conversation. I mean, I don't, as you guys probably know, I am not a fan of like Josh Hawley and JD Vance and all of these kinds of guys. I am not a fan of them 90% of the time, but I'll hand it to them. I mean, the conversation needs to be had, and at least they're talking about it.
I mean, that stuff about Pornhub and trafficking that people have brought up,
I think that's kind of a distraction, don't you think?
You think so?
Well, okay,
I mean, I don't know.
It's real. And so I don't think that woman who's really made a name for herself doing this, I don't think that anything she says is factually incorrect. And I absolutely think that those are just criminal matters that should be dealt with. Look, I'll be honest with everyone here. I'm being very honest tonight. I've visited Pornhub on occasion, and I have not seen anything like this. I mean, you have to go searching for it. From what I can tell, I get just typical, scenarios.
Well, one does wonder if in highlighting some of these things, one builds a market for them, right?
Yeah.
So I've often thought that sometimes the anti-porn crusaders, like those, anti-gay marriage types, are themselves, like how like all those anti-gay pastors turn out to be like super into blowing dudes.
Well, that's what I said. It's like,
I mean?
not every pastor who rages against homosexuality is gay himself, but sure seems that way.
I mean, it does seem that way. And like, I think back to like when I was in college, pretty much every member of the conservative newspaper I was a part of that wrote anti-gay columns, like they're all like, some of them are married to dudes and like have kids with
right.
them. You know what I mean? Like, but the same thing I think is true of, there's like an element of this anti-trafficking stuff where there's like an element of like sexual, the women like kind of like secretly want to be trafficked, or they want to like I went to this anti-trafficking event and I was invited. It was like one of these charity things or whatever. And my God, like everyone there was dressed, like the women especially were dressed like especially scantily. And I was sort of wondering, like, with some of these things, I do wonder if that like in condemning them, right, they are in fact advertising them, right? And you can see that like Eric Weinstein condemns like seeking arrangements, right? But it's like, is it a condemning or is it a broadcasting of this website to other men out there, right? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
I wonder. I don't know. I'm not like an OnlyFans. I'm sort of a strange character in this kind of respect because like I met my future ex-wife when I was 20. I'm now 34 and my divorce was finalized when I was 31. So I was sort of thrown back into the world and so I don't know. I mean, I'm not really these things are not. I don't consume the internet the same way I think other people do. I will tell you, the OnlyFans thing, I didn't believe that it was real for the longest time. And then I started meeting people who are on it and like celebrating it. And that was very strange to me, like that was a thing. And my understanding is like among the younger generations, like it's very common. Like it's like not a shocking thing at all. Like among like girls who are in their early 20s or mid 20s even, it's like a way of just making an extra buck or
Do you think
something.
it's like
Well,
super duper common though, or is it
many of
exaggerated?
them aren't
I just don't
making.
know. I
That's
don't
a
know
good
enough
question.
about
I
this.
would like to see a study on that. But also, many of them are not making money, or is it
That's what
really
I heard.
worth?
Yeah.
That's kind of sadder in a
It's
way.
worse in a way. I
Wasn't
agree.
Lauren Bobart one
I
of
think
them?
so.
Candace Owens? Candace
Yeah, no, I think
Owens?
that was some like talent agency or something
Oh
like
yeah,
that. It wasn't
you're right.
OnlyFans. It was something else. It was like
Okay.
some casting thing or whatever. But kind of what is it? Something talent.
Yeah, but
What
there
is
was
it
this
called?
one viral picture that her face got cropped on this OnlyFans
Yeah.
girl, but
And the other thing too is like we're in a world in which there's like all of this like we're in this world in which there's all these like
Deep fake.
fakes of things that are out there, and some of them are not particularly deep or particularly good fakes.
yeah,
But like there, I know of intelligence officers that have placed things in major newspapers, right? Like we had the famous example of Ghislaine Maxwell and the In-N-Out burger photo. If for those who are unfamiliar with this, Tom will know what
No,
I'm
I've
talking
never heard
about.
this.
So there's this photo of Ghislaine Maxwell where she's supposedly at Burger King at In-N-Out Burger, and about she's reading a book about like undercover CIA assets or whatever. And it's like she's at In-N-Out Burger, and it was like I want to say it was put in the Daily. Yeah, here we go. It was in
Her
the
lawyer
oh,
released it.
it was fake. See, I
yeah, it
believed
was a
it.
fake photo, and there are other photos of this that I could point people to. There's a famous photo of Obama at the Gapstow Bridge, in that was in the front cover of the New York Times, which is a fake photo. Like it's impossible to do that shot. So there's been like a number of these fake photos that have appeared in major newspapers within the U.S. context that we know and others kind of know are like not real.
The thing
They're
is, sometimes they go viral before they even retracted it a couple days later, so people don't.
sometimes they're deliberately made viral,
Yeah,
right? Like they're designed to go viral, and then oh, corrections on page 10 or whatever. And I many years ago I was talking about the Ghislaine Maxwell photo with Virginia Guffreys and Prince Andrew, and I explained like why I thought this was a fake photo. I had some photo experts that looked into it, and then I was immediately attacked by Russia Today and by Lee Stranahan and all these sort of like Russian types that I was like excusing the trafficking or something going on. And I just merely like pointed out that there are problems with the photo. And Maxwell and others now say that that photo was fake. And I actually went to the UK. I met with people at Scotland Yard about it, and they also noticed like some problems with the photo. So, and no one can really produce the original copy of that photo. So it's all very strange and very weird, But yeah, I think we don't really want to have a conversation about how many things in the public discourse are fake, um, because and how many are increasingly fake, and
yeah.
maybe that's kind of like
Recently,
what the next like 10, 20 years are going to look like, particularly as a lot of these AI models go out there and they seemingly have no real
yeah,
memory
it's gonna get
other than
worse.
thinking stuff. Yeah.
There with green screens and all that. But recently, that one girl, Greta Thunberg, she got caught getting fake arrested, and it was just a photo stage and this and that. I don't know, it's crazy. And today they kind of proved with one of the police officers with January 6th that he definitely was alive and he had a heart attack the next day, which the first few days they spread that story, but like I said, they retracted it a few days later.
Oh, okay. This is like conservative talking points that I'm
Isn't that
hearing
like
right
Revolver
now.
News
Yeah,
that says that?
on the Sitnik thing or whatever. I think,
Yeah,
yeah, I know
okay.
what you
What
mean.
happened was he died the next day, and then it was reported that he was hit over the head by a fire extinguisher or something like this. And then that report was corrected. I mean, because he was they were just simply reporting the information that they were getting. And then this has become this like obsession with Revolver
That's what I thought
News and
today
Glenn
too. Like,
Greenwald, where it's like
yeah.
they lied to us, and it's like, what do you want them to do? They're getting information from the Capitol Police, and then they're correcting it when they get new information. They're not. It's not like some grand myth that
Like a
they
psyop?
created. Yeah, it's just this is just the conservatives are like this. I mean, I saw
Well,
some of these highlights from like
let me
Tucker
take the
stuff.
other side of this. Let me take the other side of this,
Okay.
Richard, because I do agree with you. I'm with you. I'm with you about 90% of the way on
Okay.
this. But I will tell you, like, so as luck would have it, I was sick from home, age 13, when 9/11 happened, and I was like on the internet, as all like good 13-year-old boys are doing when they fake being sick, and on the internet, I was watching all this crazy shit out there that was being said to various law enforcement and other folks, and it became a part of like the 9/11 canon. Like the various things that were said there. Now, I think that what happens is in these moments where there's some like national tragedy, there's all kinds of fake information that are spread to the mainstream newspapers. And I actually don't know like who said the whole thing about Sicknick or whatever getting his head bashed in. It could well have been a foreign operation lying to the media to get people like at each other's throats, right? So there was clearly like a lot of, as we talked about before, a lot of different foreign intelligence assets and types at January 6th. And so I've kind of come to the view that, when it comes to these like in the moment reporting, breaking news things, it's actually kind of shocking like how often it's wrong, right? And how often like bad information is fed into the
Right.
discourse. And the question is, who's doing it, right? Is it just cranks, right? Is it the Sam Hydes trying to claim responsibility for every terrorist
Right.
incident, or is there something kind of more nefarious going on? And I think you were a victim of this, particularly around the Charlottesville stuff. Like I remember there was like some like helicopter or something that crashed, and they like blamed that on you or something. I don't know. I don't know. Like, do you remember
Well,
this? Like,
there were a lot of crazy reports. The helicopter thing was corrected. That was apparently pilot error. That whole thing has actually
yeah,
just disappeared. No one even mentions that anymore. But yeah,
I
there was a
remember that.
lot of crazy stuff going on. I remember fake news reports about I was arrested and all these kinds of things, and it was very strange things.
I knew. So Arthur Schwartz would tell me that like he would brag about all the fake stories he got planted in the New York Post. And if he's doing it, I imagine others are doing
Sure.
it. And I imagine that there's a whole industry of people whose job it is just to like fake things in the press on behalf of foreign intelligence. And obviously we do that as well in different ways in different countries, right? So I don't know. It's sort of something I've been thinking about a lot lately is, to what extent are these things just like common errors, and to what extent are they kind of more nefarious? I guess we'll never really know the answer to that. We sort of go on a case by case basis.
Right. But I mean, there's also the other side of this, and I don't want to jump on DCAS too much here, but there's this like the right now is they've kind of all gone through the looking glass, and they are really into the idea of like debunking media narratives and like you don't know the truth, and they'll find some like discrepancy or just some little thing that was gotten wrong or something that's ambiguous. And then they'll just basically like claim that the whole thing it's a fallacious logical error actually, which is that taking someone's, miscalculation here and then saying that the whole thing is wrong. And they love this and they get into it. They kind of their view of themselves is basically as like media critics. There's this monolithic thing that's against them and it's lying to them constantly. They have to go against it. It's like I think a lot of this was this obsession with Rick DeSantis or Ron DeSantis, or he's a meatball, or Little D, as I think we should also be calling him.
That's way better.
I like these Trump nicknames.
No, Tiny D. He had Tiny D.
Excuse me. Well, Little
Tiny
D
D,
kind
I
of
think,
rolls
was.
off the tongue a little bit better. Yeah. Or
Yeah, but I thought Marco. It was Little Marco.
Little
We can't.
Marco,
We can't
Tiny
be.
D.
We can't be.
Yeah.
We can't be. We can't be derivative. We have to be.
But
We have to be. Original in this.
but
in
No,
his
but
what
Richard,
whole
I
what we're
his
understand.
whole thing is like, he's this whiny little bitch, and his entire persona among conservatives is like him like whining to journalists about how they're misrepresenting him and stuff like that when they're in fact not. You know, like they're either asking a serious good faith question, or they're engaging in like actual criticism of what he does. And it's like, oh, this is a hoax. The media is lying, whatever. And it's just like, they're not actually like they're not. They're not lying about the, you know, Don't Say Gay bill or about his work with Disney. Like, this is actually happening. Those books were taken off the shelf to be sent into
Well,
you know,
my old thing about that is it's Florida. How can they even be sure people can read?
well,
Let
sure.
alone that. I mean, I shouldn't be so mean,
I
but you
wasn't
get my
aware that
point.
there were books actually in Florida that could be banned. I
Yeah,
mean,
I thought that was not allowed. You know, I thought that was like you go there and, you know, you go to the line there and they just ban it.
where
They
would you
check you
find
for
it?
books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he was saying that, you know, it's like, you know, the media, you know, they don't want parents to be concerned about hardcore pornography in libraries. I was like, what library are you talking about? Like, there's like
And by
Florida,
the way, wouldn't all the little
library.
boys
It's a bunch of
wouldn't all the
skin
little
mags.
boys find the hardcore pornography like right off the bat? Like, isn't that kind of like the purpose of being a little boy in the library? You know?
Yeah.
Like, I myself recall looking at like these strange titted African tribes,
Right.
you know, like when
I remember doing
you're
that.
like
Yeah.
11 or 12 or whatever, and you're like,
You're
oh,
always checking out the National Geographics.
of
You had a
course.
stack of them.
Of course. Or you'd go through the National Geographics and there'd be like one or two missing. And you'd be like, why is that one missing? And then you'd go to the computer and check, and you discover that it was the one that had like the weird naked tribe
Oh
or
yeah.
whatever. And
I
somebody
found it
stole
on
it
the
from the library.
microfiche.
Yes, that's right.
I'm just imagining like a 13-year-old in a Florida library who's like, where is the MILF section? And they're like, yeah, that's around the corner to the left. Yeah, thank you, young man. Do you have your library card updated? Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm here for the gangbang. You know,
I'm just shocked, though. I mean, to me, the thing that's interesting about Ron DeSantis and is that like he's just so utterly humorless and
Yes.
so whiny and so like not the guy for the moment. And you know, Trump, for all of Trump's faults, and I agree with you, Richard. Like, we should be anti-Trump. Like,
Yes.
because I think Trump actually, like, what everybody really wants from Trump in the final analysis is for him to like, you know, basically turn good or something like that, right? In professional wrestling, it's like they want the heel to become like the good guy, right? There's a sort of like,
he needs to be the baby face now.
yeah, he needs to be exactly, or he needs to be like Darth Vader throwing the Emperor over the
Yeah.
and genuinely like I'm like actually frightened by the DeSantises of the world. I mean, here's a guy who was up against somebody he was running against back in the day in you know, the Democratic primary, who died in a very suspicious car accident. Then his best friend, you know, his bestie and his landlord shot himself in the head, allegedly, or maybe was murdered. We don't really know, while he was being investigated by the feds. He was very close to Joel Greenberg, who was gone away for 11 years and was involved in the whole Matt Gaetz story. And I myself have been present for a lot of weird stuff that DeSantis has gotten into. And I don't know, man, like he spooks me a lot more than Trump and his sort of like bumbling narcissistic incompetence. I mean, Trump is like every single boomer like friend of my father's after a certain age who got divorced like really early on. Like I know that type, right? The strident, grinding, nasty, vindictive, humorless, you know, fake military guy. That person scares me a lot more, who has like foreign intelligence assets and, you know, as friends. And the only thing that I feel kind of good about with you know, Netanyahu getting it, you know, and sort of collapsing is I think it'll be much harder for DeSantis to run for president, because I think his network will not be as strong, right? But I don't know. I mean, it scares me. And I also think it's just like it's a category error, right? Like, Trump was like not screwing with entitlements. Trump was like pretty great in a lot of ways. He was like genuinely funny in a lot of ways. I mean, he you know, basically gave everything to the Leonard Leo's of the worlds, But yeah, I mean, I knew people like him who were sort of conventional, DeSantis, who were like conventional, boring loser types that would basically, I mean, he'd be the type that would get an A- and would bitch to the teacher about like, and complain and want their grade moved up, right?
Yeah.
And that's just not what I'm here for, right? Like I'm here for Donald Trump having, back when he was going to his military academy, having a different girl every week going to these events. Like I'm for that. I'm for that person. Not for like the weird whatever's going on with Casey DeSantis. That's all like very creepy and very strange.
Well, and like Richard said and he said many times, but like on the NoJumper podcast, DeSantis is basically trying to be like a poor man's Trump, like with the way that he talks and his
the mannerisms are like a direct carbon copy.
Yeah, and just like the worst like influencers online. And I think it's really rich that there's an article that Charles just posted up in the Jumbotron, that this news article that came out that an Israeli tech firm accuses Trump of having a bunch of anti-DeSantis bots on social media. Now, whether that's true or not, it's really funny that it's an Israeli tech firm saying that on behalf of DeSantis. I mean, you can't make it up.
And it's possible that the Israelis are buying bots for Trump to make Trump look less authentic, right? And
yeah,
my understanding is there's splits within the Likud faction about Trump. And you could see somebody like a Laura Loomer is very like pro-Trump and hates Ron DeSantis. So there's a lot of like these internal, Jew on Jew fights within the Republican Party. And let's be real, like those are the only votes that really matter at this stage because they're the votes that actually have the money on the Republican side. And so like that's kind of what's shaking out there. But yeah, I will tell you, like I think DeSantis will run, and I think DeSantis will lose because I think that there's lots of rednecks out there that just like don't trust him as much as they trust dear old Trump. I'm counting on the native redneck to save me from the grindy, greasy Italian. That's what I'm hoping for.
Do you not find him to be insecure acting? I find like he's always trying to get the approval of somebody constantly. I don't find him like Trump was confident and he knew who he was.
I've written about this before, and DeSantis and his being molested by children, as a child or whatever when he was on his little league team, and I think there's a lot to that. I mean, Ron DeSantis, like he basically, he vacations with his donors, okay, and like that is weird, right? Like it's just not a thing. Like it's hard to imagine a Donald Trump like vacationing with Sheldon Adelson or with like Ike Perlmutter. Like, yeah, he'll take their money, but like, and they'll come over to his place, right? But he won't go like.
He's not going to go out of his way to go hang out with them somewhere or go like travel with them.
Yeah, it's just very strange. The whole thing is very strange.
So it tells you that he doesn't actually have like any friends.
Yeah, and also I think that, well, the other thing too about DeSantis, I'll tell you a story about DeSantis. So, and I haven't told this one before. I've told other sort of stories here, but like, so there's this thing that happens when you're elected to like the governor of a state, or you're like elected, and like the Republican Party or the Democratic Party of your state, they'll have a hotel room, right? Or they'll have a hotel reception where you'll have like this big event, like a ballroom, something to that effect, right? And typically what will happen is the party will buy a series of rooms for like everyone who's important in your life, right? Like your classmates from college, your, best man at your wedding, all that kind of thing, right? And they'll go and they'll ask you, they'll be like, all right, Tom, you're now governor. What would you like? Like how many rooms would you like? What kind of block can we get you? And it's a way in which like the party can actually compensate you. And that basically happened, with DeSantis. And they asked him, like, how many rooms do you need? Thinking like he'd have all these people who would come and be a part of it. And he said, "Oh, I just need one room for me and Cassie." So, you
Wow.
know, it kind of tells you the guy has no old friends, and that is pretty telling to me, about what's going on there. And we haven't even really gotten into the full vetting about like what really happened, and like his sister's fiance, who's like plugged in with the Polish mob, and like,
You can't find anything online about that guy at all.
yeah,
I
it's
went
very
through
suspicious.
papers.com looking for him, and the only thing he came up with was like 2 little blurbs in 2015 when they announced her, her passing.
Well, then there was like a crowd fund, but it raised like very little money. And, he apparently, DeSantis refused to exit the primary in the 2016 Senate race, because you'll recall that he was going to run for Senate.
Yeah, against
Rubio
Marco.
was running for
Right?
president. Yeah, and then Rubio wanted to stay in the race, and he kept staying in the race. And then she died under these very suspicious circumstances.
And he got out.
And then he got out of the race. Yeah. And he never talks about her, never mentions her. I mean, it's pretty astounding, really.
Was he 8200 or Mossad?
What's that?
Was he 8200 or a Mossad spy? I mean,
who, DeSantis or what?
No, the boyfriend, the fiance.
We don't really know about the fiance.
Very hard to find anything.
Because there's so many of those in the UK.
Well, we don't know. We know that he was involved in like Polish mob activity. We know that he like cremated her, right? Which is very suspicious. She was only 30.
She worked for
But Robert Maxwell did a lot of this stuff with a lot of European countries, with Eastern Europe countries too, right? With the KGB,
Yeah.
worked in between.
So I
Soviets
posted. So I found the death certificate, and I actually texted it to somebody within the Republican Party of Florida, and then they in turn gave it to gave the death certificate. Yeah, here, I'll just post it right now. This is the photo I took. And so I actually had the photo watermarked and sent it off to a number of people just to see like where it would pop up. And it popped up in the Daily Mail. And so, yeah, this is I actually have a framed copy of Ron DeSantis' death certificate, Ron DeSantis' sister's death certificate in my home here. But hold up, I'll send you this version.
Richard, you had like a little thread the other day about the mysterious intrigues around his sister's passing, and what I found really interesting about it was the responses to your thread. It was like a bunch of bots like saying why would you ever bring something like this up? And I started clicking in and looking at who was replying, and it was all people with like fresh accounts, no followers. It was their first or second tweet. It's like it was a little botnet responding to it. It was interesting.
Yeah, apparently the British have a lot more research on that whole dynamic, and I'm going to go see what I can find out when I'm in the UK on other business.
I wonder what she was doing over there, because she worked for KPMG, the big accounting firm, and
yes,
which is involved with a lot of child sex trafficking.
Which is involved in all kinds of shady stuff.
True.
Yeah.
Child sex
like
trafficking
the preferred clearinghouse that says, "Yep, this looks good for." Anyway, they're involved obviously all over the world in big things, so it's interesting.
For me, the thing that's most telling about it is like, it's sort of unthinkable to me that the sister of somebody who is a congressman, who's running for Senate of one of our most populous states, and the fact that like I was the one who found this death certificate, and of course it comes out of a very mobbed up part of the UK. Like if you look at the death certificate and kind of what's on there, and so the question is like, did they pay the person who did the there was no autopsy done, right? The body was never sent back. It was cremated right away, which is like kind of strange, to put it mildly. And then, as I say, like you can't really find any evidence of the Polish boyfriend, who was apparently involved in some kind of like weird bank or something like this. And then he's like been a film editor, for this like weird Polish mob affiliated outfit. So the whole thing is very, very strange. And then, to me, the tell is that the botnets don't want us talking about it.
Exactly.
For one.
Isn't that around the same time that Joel Greenberg got busted?
No, this was in 2016. Greenberg was busted in like
15 or
and
14.
no, Greenberg was busted in 19.
Oh, that's right. But I mean,
Yeah.
but they knew about him and the parties and the girls though,
Well,
because
I'll tell
a lot of
you,
those pictures come from that time
he was
period.
clearly Greenberg. I knew Greenberg socially, and he was trying to basically like uh he was trying to do all kinds of weird stuff, like trying to get people like compromised in different ways. Like he'd have lunch with you and he would suggest like 4 or 5 felonies by the end of the lunch, and you're like, dude, like what is wrong with you, like are you just like, but he was like very friendly and charming, and he sort of like, you could never tell if he was like really joking or if he was just like genuinely crazy or whatever. I and he really freaked me out, and he told me like he knew about the WikiLeaks stuff ahead of time, and he was very plugged in with Roger Stone in all these like weird ways that I didn't really apprehend what they all meant at the time. But I think he was basically, his family runs a dentistry practice that is one of the largest in the state of Florida, and they're
95
sort of,
practices. Yeah.
yeah, and they're sort of known to be a pill mill operation. And his lawyer was the same lawyer for all kinds of drug related offenses, all kinds of like, Israeli style operations within, the Pulse nightclub shooting, right, in Orlando. Was his lawyer was involved in that. And the lawyer, his name was like Fritz Scheller. He was running around passing information made up about me to people like the Washington Free Beacon and to Alana Goodman over at the Washington Free Beacon. And for those who are unaware, like the Washington Free Beacon is a Paul Singer Israeli, publication. And so it was a very strange kind of thing. And, I went like directly to the FBI on the whole thing because I was like, listen, I'm not involved in whatever's going on here. And like, I'm kind of frightened by these people. Like, please help me. And they're like, yeah, we know you're not involved with this. Just tell us what you know about Joel. And I was like, well, I mean, pretty much everything I just told you guys. I just laid it all out. And I was like, I haven't gone to any weird sex parties. Frankly, like, I don't think I'm the type that they invite. Like, I think I'm the one they have ghostwrite the speeches. And I don't think they have their ghostwriting speech person going to sex parties anyway. And I wouldn't even know what to do at a sex party. I'd be sort of like embarrassed. I'd be like turning red or whatever, like hiding in the closet or something. It's like that's a level of extroversion I'm just not capable of. So
it's tough with the social cues.
I had a friend who owned a strip club, and I spent I went to his strip club just like out of friendship. You know what I mean? Like he had been given this strip club under very dubious circumstances, and I spent the entire time just like eating a hamburger very slowly and waiting for him to get off his shift.
Hey, can you share that story, Chuck, about when you met DeSantis and you were like, wow, you're really pro-Israel. Like,
Yeah, so I met him. I tell this story. It's sort of a weird story because I knew him through Mike McClellan, who was his roommate, I want to say at Yale. And he's like a Yale Harvard guy. So he did like Yale undergrad and Harvard law school. And so I had a number of friends who kind of knew him. And one of them was this guy, Mike McClellan, who was a kind of attorney type in Orange County that I knew. And he was a strange cat. He was friendly with both Ron DeSantis from Yale, and then who was the guy who was running for governor all those times in Nevada, who kept losing? You know the one I'm talking about. Who was like the attorney general there. Anyway, he was friendly with him too, and I met DeSantis, through Amanda Milius, who is, of course, John Milius's daughter, the guy who did Conan the Barbarian. And Amanda is a very strange cat. She was dating this guy named Nadav Eisen. And Nadav's father was like some Israeli type who was running around involved with the Dead Sea Scrolls forgery. And there was a whole like backstory there. So, but in any event, Amanda she had gotten a job working for the State Department. And she was very, very, very pro moving of the embassy to Jerusalem. And, people kind of knew my family connections to Israel. My grandfather had served there. My mother went to Tel Aviv University. We're non-Jews, but like my family was involved over there because my grandfather was a spook, kind of stationed over there. And so, and of course they knew Dershowitz. They sort of knew me. This was like before I was outed as like a crime thinker on various topics. This is like 2017, 2018. And DeSantis, the thing about DeSantis is like he's categorically incapable of looking you in the eye, which is a rather strange trait for anyone, but it's especially strange for a politician because he'll talk to you and he'll sort of like look around you. And it's a very kind of like eerie kind of thing. So anyway, we're chatting or whatever, and I was like, whoa, man, like you're really into all this Israel stuff. Like, are you like Jewish or something? Like DeSantis, like, like I thought you're like a Catholic or like, I don't know. It was like, I didn't know what to say about it because it was like when you're super, how would I put this? It's like when you meet somebody who's super into something and you're like trying to figure out like what's really going on there, right? Like, is this guy like, is it a play to get money? Is this sincerely felt? Whatever. And he looks at me and he just goes, no, it's just better when the Jews run everything. Something like crazy to that effect. And I just remember like looking at him and, I didn't want to like, whatever. I was in this, in this event. I didn't want to be like rude or whatever, but the whole thing was very, very strange. And I just sort of filed it away as like one of these very strange things I've seen. And then I became more friendly with Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz invited me to the State of the Union. Apparently, Ron DeSantis is the one who wanted Matt to give him the ticket that ultimately went to me. And the reason he wanted to do that was because Ron DeSantis wanted me to get Peter Thiel, who I was then more friendly with, to back his campaign. And I don't think Thiel actually thought that DeSantis was going to lose in 2018. And I think he later backed him, maybe when, in this last this reelection bid. I don't know. But the whole thing was very, very strange. And Joel Greenberg, during that 2018 cycle, Greenberg was telling me all this stuff about Andrew Gillum, the sort of like closeted gay, meth loving, guy who I guess he's in some sort of trouble with the FBI now or something. I don't know if people follow that story. I confess to finding Florida one of those places where like everyone who's there is a criminal, and it makes me very uncomfortable going there, particularly with DeSantis as governor. So I sort of like stay away. But my understanding is that like Greenberg knew all this stuff, and there was all these like weird operations running around DeSantis, and we'll see. But I'm kind of convinced that he's kind of the Manchurian candidate, and I've known a number of people who've lived in that town with him, and I think it's called like Dunedin or Dunedin, or I don't know how you say it, but there's a number of people I've known who've known him there, and like this guy has no old friends, right? He's a total like cipher. And it feels very Nixonian in that way. It just seems very, very strange. And we don't even know like what he really did for the Navy. Like we know he was at Gitmo. Was he, the people who claim he was torturing people, we don't really know. So there's like a lot of weird stuff with DeSantis that makes me extremely uncomfortable. And as time has gone on, I usually get more comfortable with people as time goes on. But in DeSantis's case, I'm genuinely kind of frightened by him. But I think Trump will do us a solid and defeat him, defeat Tiny D. And if he does that, people can say whatever they want to say about Trump. But if he defeats, Ron DeSantis, he will have my undying respect and admiration.
One small thing I noticed, I just watched, Seth Meyers, his, monologue or a closer look or something on CPAC. And I did notice this. The rhetoric around Trump became extremely toxic and nasty, and in many ways for good reason. I mean, I remember doing a podcast after the Mar-a-Lago leaks, and I was just like, look, if this guy is stealing classified information, giving it to the Saudis so that they fund, Kushner's hedge fund and then selling it off to the Russians, I was just like, we just got to hang this bastard. I mean, this is just so beyond acceptable. It's not even mere graft.
But wouldn't that require a level of attention to detail that we've just never seen from Trump?
Fair enough. But,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, fair enough. But the rhetoric around him was extremely toxic. One thing I noticed with Seth Meyers is that it was kind of like we're back in 2015 in many ways, where Trump is a joke and he's a bit unhinged, but he's also kind of funny and he's attacking the right people. He's attacking the Republican establishment. And so he's kind of useful to them. And I noticed a certain, let's say, kind of warmth or like, I can't believe I like this guy quality to their rhetoric. So I think that is good.
Yeah, my
And
view just generally is that Trump has always wanted to be popular rather than populist.
yeah,
And
definitely.
and that basically that's what really excites him. That like that sort of like lack of any kind of real core, just wanting to be loved and like wanting to have his ratings higher. And I think that comes from his like very austere German, father. I mean, I think
Yeah.
it's a big part of like who he is. And so he will want to stay on the stage as long as possible. And so he will do anything and everything against Ron DeSantis to make that happen. And I must say, I'm very happy to see that.
Yeah.
Because I think that Ron DeSantis like really does want to like mess with the entitlements, and he really does want us in like 10 of the last 3 Middle Eastern wars. And I remember like during the during the Trump years, people are always like, "Oh, he's going to like start World War III and he's going to get us involved in all these conflicts." And I was like, no, like he's not capable of any of that. Like that's not going to happen. And I think it's kind of true. Like he was basically like kind of a do nothing kind of guy who just liked to yell at the TV. And the country kind of muddled through and it sort of worked itself out. And, but for COVID, maybe he would have been reelected. I don't know. Sort of an interesting question.
Definitely.
Deeply entertaining presidency. I also think the media has a bias too. And the bias is very simple, which is the media really likes people who like it, right, and who like to engage with it. And people were always saying, "Oh, Trump hates the media," and it's like, are you kidding me? Like, he can't take a shit without like calling it Maggie Haberman and telling her like what's going on, right? Like, he loved the media, he loved engaging with it, and I think that they genuinely should see Ron DeSantis as a kind of threat. I mean, he is proposing legislation in Florida to mess with them in all these elaborate ways, and I don't know. It's pretty telling what he's up to.
Yes.
I saw a Sam Cedar clip, and he's basically taking the same line, which is they're like, Ron DeSantis is a psychopath, and they start going through like all of these different things, and I'm like, huh, interesting, and to Richard's point, like I've listened to like several like left of center type podcasts, and it's like there's a fond, like I wouldn't say fondness, but they don't trash Trump like they used to. They're going to use Trump to well, I'll say it differently than like a Matt Schlappdale to pummel Ron DeSantis. And
Yeah, I mean,
look forward to
if
seeing.
I were playing his hands, right? If I were playing Trump's hand, like what I would do is I'd be like, "All right, Joe, you want to get reelected? Like, I can make that happen for you. Like, I will stay in this the entire way through, and whoever the nominee is, like, I will stay." And he could like reverse Ross Perot it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, and I see no reason why he wouldn't want to do that. I think that would be very compelling and interesting. And there are
Be the
many of us.
ultimate revenge for him against all the people that were, in his view, that had done him wrong, like your Mike Pompeos of the world, and just all of these garbage politicians that are, trying to grift onto like the Tim Scotts. These people are horrible.
Yeah,
And
I must tell you, I think I'm probably going. I'll probably vote. I don't usually vote, but if I do vote this time, I will vote for Trump in the Republican primary and for Biden in the general. That's kind of my current position of like what I'm going to do.
I think y'all are all missing the Ron DeSantis issue. I don't think it has anything to do with Trump. I think it has everything to do with Jared Kushner, because he moved from New York to Florida. All of them did, and if all of this Israeli stuff that I've done my research on with Florida, being from the surf hotel, the
Yeah,
what was it called?
Surfside condo.
Surfside
Yes.
hotel, which was also a lot of drug dealers that were living there. There's a lot of things that were involved with that building.
Well, Norman Reber, who worked there, or I think it was Nathan Reber, he was involved with Jinsa, which is a Mossad front, and the guy who built the property there,
Right.
he was engaged in all this like shady activity, running operations in Florida out
And
of
the
that
NSL
property.
group, NSO group was
Yep.
run out of there. I have all that information. I
Yep.
found it connected to the Miami airport.
Yep.
And the man who was involved with controlling all that, who was also connected to the police department in Miami. So he was a police officer, actually. So they were running the drugs there. But Jared Kushner bought a house there. Ron DeSantis would be able to pardon or protect him in all kinds of ways. And Jared Kushner could still run Florida like he and his family kind of were doing in New York. And I just feel it's really that's the connection. It's not so much Trump.
I agree, and I think actually that there's nobody who wants Jared to go to jail more than I think
Me?
Donald Trump does.
I want him to go.
Yeah, I mean, but I think honestly, like Trump, it seems to me like if you read the Vicky Ward book and you take it seriously, there's a lot of stuff in there about how Trump like seemingly hates Jared, like because he basically looks upon his daughter as basically being like sold to the Kushners.
Well, I told you my friend was his first hire, George Gigagos, and when I got to have the first personal meeting with him, just me and him and some friends, he told me that it was not Trump that anybody needed to be scared of. It was Jared. And he said that before Trump even won presidency. This was in 2015.
Yeah, I will tell you my biggest mistake of the 2016 cycle was not understanding the degree to which Jared Kushner was like plugged in to all these different intelligence agencies. I genuinely thought, like Dershowitz told me that he was the dumbest Jew he knew, and I genuinely thought he was actually like just kind of a fail son type. And I had met his brother Josh, who struck me as like kind of intelligent and kind of put together, and Josh had dated a girl that I knew in college or in high school rather, who'd gone to Harvard, and so I was predisposed to not like them to begin with, but I never saw them as like a threat. Like you don't have to pay bribes like Jared's father did to get Jared into college if you're like actually smart. So I just never saw him as like that much of a thing. But in fact, his stupidity was like part of like what made him powerful. Because
I
he could
think that
basically
PPP loan money that Biden has now upped it to 1.6 billion just for the money to investigate it. It's going to be Florida, and it's going to connect to Rebecca Jones's thing with Ron DeSantis, because I think that was a bunch of fake bullshit that they were not working against each other like everybody thinks.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I have all of it. I have
Yeah.
every bit of that, but I won't put it on the
I agree with
Jumbotron.
your
I will put it
analysis
to
of
your
that.
signal, but I will not do that. But I have all, because I don't want to die, but I have all that information, and that was what connected to Gal Suburban. So it's way bigger than what anybody's really wants to see.
I agree with what you're saying. Like I think that the Rebecca Jones operation where they were like making this big to do about the whole thing.
It connects to Jared.
Yeah, could well be.
And the crypto and how they did the money for the PPP. I'm telling you, I have it. And Rocco helped me with this a little bit because of the Gal Suburban part. But it's a pretty big deal. And that's when I thought Matt was, well, I'll tell you that later. But you helped me understand it even better. But
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of this.
I haven't fully shared that entire story with you, though.
All right. Well, at some point we'll do it. I mean, I want to be sort of mindful that we have sort of other folks waiting, but yeah, at some point we'll do that as we get closer to it. I actually think though that Ron DeSantis will not. I actually think that Trump will defeat him. Like I've become a lot 100%. More optimistic about that in the last few months. I also think that like I remember in the 2018 cycle, like there were a lot of people who were pulling for Ron in different ways in the 2018 cycle. Matt Gaetz advised him in his debate performances. Matt Gaetz was a championship debater. DeSantis didn't really have any skills in that regard, and so I think that we shall see. But my intuition on this is that I think Trump has it in the bag to win the nomination currently.
The young people love Biden. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, I think Biden's going to win re-election pretty handily,
100%.
whoever the nominee is, actually. Go ahead, Ace.
Oh, this was a question from earlier. I don't know if it's too late, but
No, that's fine.
I
Go
was
ahead.
curious if Richard remembered Katie McHugh and the wrench that threw into the right's narratives back in like 2017. This is
Oh, I remember Katie McHugh quite well. Yes. Yeah. I mean, do you want me to go into that?
Yeah,
or,
just because I
mean,
thought it was fascinating that the whole like James Kirkpatrick and the email stuff that seemed to.
Oh yeah, Kevin Deanna. Yeah, James Kirkpatrick. Yes, ridiculous.
Well, yeah,
these students. I'm just tired of synonymous. I mean, Kevin Deanna.
Especially because the pseudonyms are pretty weak.
Yeah, and talk about like someone who's obviously mentally ill. Kevin is, yeah. I mean, I hate to diagnose anyone, but yeah. I mean, Kevin was a pretty suggestible person. I mean, he was in love with this really weird girl who kind of went with some other guy. I believe they had a child together or something. And she's Hispanic. She's Mexican, in fact, just kind of adds a little interesting spice to the immigration reformer. But
almost all these white nationalists are married to immigrants or like to Asian
Jewish
women.
In the case of
yeah.
Weave or what. I mean, it's just it's predictable. But yeah, he had this girlfriend, Katie McHugh. I remember meeting her a few times, and
yeah, she actually introduced the two of us. I think, if memory serves.
Yes,
many years
absolutely.
ago. Yeah,
and she's I don't know. I mean, to be like overly charitable, I guess, nice and good-hearted, but just kind of dumb, very provincial, and she kind of I've seen these people, they kind of have a chip on their shoulder. I didn't go to a good school and no one ever took me seriously, and kind of thing. And you could see it in her writing where she would just do these like Ann Coulter impersonations, but always a little bit off or clangy, you know. And anyway, I just have I guess bad feelings towards her, but I'll try to put those aside to see things straight. But I remember first meeting her, and it was like this was before the whole alt-right craze, and it was just this fangirl, like in many ways, kind of gushing, like you know what I mean? Just it's like taking pictures with you and like putting her arms around you and things like this, and like it was a bit much, in fact, and particularly because she was dating Kevin Deanna. And but anyway, she introduced me to you, Charles. She introduced me to other people who were since doxxed and fired from their.
She worked for me at Got News and actually caused Got News to be sued because she published the wrong photo of somebody at like Charlottesville or something to that effect.
Yeah.
And she was apparently like lying about various things she was doing for the company. And she's just a very strange character. And she is diabetic. And so she got in with this guy, Matthias Holtz, and Matthias introduced her to David Frum, of all people. And Frum was encouraging her to like do all this anti-alt-right stuff or whatever. And I kept telling her, like, we're not alt-right, like we're an internet website. Like we cover the internet and all the strange things going on, and we're trying to get traffic. But mostly we're like just building a website that like we're trying to like, to run, and and do or whatever. But she seemingly like she went from like hating you to like loving you to you being Richard, but you being anyone really. And then I think she's now like pro Antifa or something to that effect. I don't really know.
I think she got her brain melted,
Yeah,
basically,
something
and
like that
she
happened to
she
her. Yeah.
also got used. I mean, one thing I would say was that she did genuinely crack up this kind of alt-right network that was in the Beltway or just outside the Beltway.
Something like that. Yeah, I think that's right. And I think there
I
was
mean,
some guy who like sexually assaulted her or something. It's been now a number
well,
of years.
okay. I mean, look, I've heard his side of the story. I mean, I
I don't know what to
he's
believe,
not
and
been,
frankly, I don't really care, to be honest
and
with you.
he's not been criminally charged. I won't mention his name, but he's not been criminally charged. I mean, look, I don't know. All I have is a kind of he said she said situation, and I don't even know what to say about any of that stuff because she's nuts as well, and the
Right.
whole thing was just nuts. I remember also there was this weird thing with like Faith Goldie where when she was first selling um her wares to like another newspaper, and I think there was like a preemptive strike. I remember hearing about this because she was doing some tell-all on the alt right, trying to bring everyone down, and she tried to sell it to like, oh gosh, it was like the New Statesman or some
She tried to
or the
sell it
London
to,
Spectator, I
yeah,
believe, or something like
Spectator,
that.
and then she also, so she went, so David Irving, like the famous Holocaust denier or whatever,
Yeah.
he was in town, and she invited me to that event, and I was sort of being like polite, you know what I mean? I was like, I'm not, the last place I want to be is at a Holocaust. You know what I mean? Like, I was just sort
Right.
of like, I was like, oh, give David my best, but like, I was sort of like trying to be polite, but I didn't want to like offend anyone or have them think I was like whatever. And so I was just sort of like, I need to get away from this crazy situation. And then she leaked my emails to BuzzFeed about me like saying that I didn't want to go to that event, and they were like, "Oh, he's like he didn't go, but he was like polite about refusing to go." And it's like anyone who knows me knows I'm like kind of very polite even about situations I'm not comfortable in, right? And so anyway, it was like this whole thing, and it was all kind of in some sense orchestrated by David Frum and Matthias Holtz.
And
Myth-
again, Matthias Holt was introduced to me by Marcus Epstein, who I mentioned
yes,
a while ago,
yes,
and he was just this weird character. And he
yes.
was around Jeff Geezy, and it was just all of these people kind of come out of the woodwork, and then they become like fiercely antagonistic 3 months later, and it's like, what? Who are you? Like, who were you? Who? What? Why did I meet you? Why did I eat lunch with you at the Old Ebbitt Grill? It's like, what is going on here? It's just so bizarre. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like Matthias Holt, according to the Matthias Holt of 2016, was, fanatically pro alt right and really excited about all this stuff and, into race and
Yeah, he
all this
wrote all
kind of
this
thing.
stuff about like interviewing a neo-Nazi or whatever. And I remember having a conversation with him being like, "Do you think that's a good idea? Like, do you think like and I don't know, the looking back on that period now, that whole moment was very, very strange in time. And then
It because
David
it
Frum
doesn't.
asked me out to dinner, or no, to lunch rather, right around the 2016 election cycle. And I went like full, nerd Rain Man on him on like why I thought Trump was going to win. And I went through like all this is, the bias saw in the polling, all this sort of like weird stuff that I picked up. And he bet me like $10,000 that Trump wasn't going to win. And I
Uh-huh.
was like, okay, like I'll take that bet. And then he never paid it. Like he just welched on it entirely. Um, and the whole thing was very, very strange. But yeah, there was a number of these people out there, like Matthias, like Katie McHugh, like Marcus Epstein. And I even asked people at one point, like, why are we supposed to be hating on Richard? Like, what's the situation here? And nobody could really give me a straight answer. It was like I had not gotten a memo or whatever. And I was like, well, I'm not really into the whole Charlottesville thing. I think that's kind of silly and stupid.
Right.
But, Richard seems like, he's always been polite to me. So I'm not going to like go out of my way to like cancel him or whatever, like I wouldn't say that you and I were friends during that period, but I would say that like we were cordial,
Yeah.
And so anyway, there was just this sort of like memo that was done that like everyone had to hate Richard. And Mike Cernovich was talking about how you were fat, and I was like, well, I'm not really one to criticize somebody for their meals. Like I myself am somewhat fat. And I could tell that he was like very upset with me for not getting that I was supposed to like hate you somehow.
Well, I'm obviously not fat. I mean, it's like of all the critiques.
Well, but it was like very strange where he was like,
I'm not even saying that to brag or something. It's just
he was like Richard. He's like Richard is like fat or whatever, and I was like, well, I'm kind of fat. Like I don't know if I should be criticizing fat people. I remember at the time being like, I don't know, that seems kind of mean.
Well, what were they doing? Like, why, is it just pure scapegoating, or is it?
I think there was a genuine view. So my read is that the supposed alt-right and the alt-light were sort of like Putin and Netanyahu were basically aligned in the 2016 cycle. And I think you were perceived by virtue of your, Russian wife, or your then Russian wife, as on the Putin side of that. And I was perceived as on the Israeli side of it, given my relationship with Dershowitz and whatever. And I was really just on the side of like, I don't know, I think Trump's going to win. Like I didn't really like analyze it beyond, like I didn't have this sort of view that it was like immigration that did it. I just thought like Hillary Clinton was a weak candidate. I saw like a number of things pointing in the direction of her losing the race. And I didn't really, what can I say about it? I mean, it was pretty obvious to me at the time that Trump was going to win and that most of the polls massively undercounted all of these like first time white voters, that Trump was a kind of like, he was basically like the white Obama, basically the redneck Obama is what I called him.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I was seeing this phenomenon where like I'd go to these events and there'd be like all these white people who hadn't voted in like 20, 30, 40 years or ever. And they were like, they didn't want to talk about anything other than Trump. And it was like talking to like zombies. They were like, Trump. They were just like how they perceived the world. And I was like, well, if this phenomenon is real, there's like all these bets about the polling that's gone on that are just wrong. And so like I basically predicted it was like a 50-50 shot rather than like a 30 whatever, and a slight Trump advantage actually, just because of the nature of how these things kind of change every 8 years. And I wrote up a number of my memos, right? And I sort of like sent them around to people, not unlike how we do Substack now. And I wrote these sort of like, analyses of like why I thought Trump had a better chance. I got every state right except Wisconsin. That's the only one I missed. And anyway, so I wrote this thing up and handed it to people. And I ended up meeting like all these weird billionaires and all these like weird creatures during the 2016 cycle. And I was very naive about like what was going on there, right? But just as you say, like there were all these people who, in the 2016 race, the Israelis and the Russians and the Chinese, to some extent, were all aligned on having Trump win. They saw Trump as basically causing the most chaos in our system. The Israelis wanted the Iran deal ripped up. The Netanyahu types wanted it ripped up. And the Russians wanted the sanctions removed from them. And they saw that they had a better shot of that happening under Trump. Obviously, we know what happened, where the Israelis ultimately broke from the Russians, and that basically Netanyahu and Putin had a sort of split, which has since been mended, with the Ukraine conflict and Netanyahu coming back into power. But basically, the Russians had all these sanctions passed against them in 2018, again over Trump's threat of a veto and all the rest of it. Okay, fine. Now, what I think was happening was there are all these people that were sort of told, like, go after anyone who was like at all Russia aligned. And I was perceived basically as like, not reliable enough. So I had these people say that I was Russia affiliated. And then I had these people say I was Israeli affiliated, when really I was a part of like neither camp. I was just friendly with everyone. And I think that that was a very just weird time in our politics. And I think that that's why they came after you so hard, was they wanted to basically scapegoat. It was sort of like we won the election, and then the attitude was we needed to basically sacrifice anyone. And you sort of saw the same thing happen on a sort of micro scale with DeSantis, where pretty much everybody who helped DeSantis in 2018 win has been basically shoved out the door. Sometimes literally they're dead in the case of Ken Sturman. And so I think the same sort of thing is happening again, around these sort of things where like you win an election, you defeat your enemies, and then you defeat your allies, right? You sort of throw your allies off of the bus, right? And that's kind of how I see it. But I don't know. What are your thoughts? I mean, what was your perception of what was going on in that period?
My perception was, it was again this weird feeling of all of these figures coming out of the woodwork who wanted a little piece or wanted to kind of get a buzz or take a little energy zap from me. And my impression as well, like looking back on the whole thing, obviously, I think I'm a smart guy who can contribute to discourse, but there is a kernel of truth to the critique often given by the right, which is that I was invented by the liberal media. And I was a kind of, it was like the alt-right is this amorphous troll army. It's anonymous and it's dark and it's embarrassing and whatever. So we want to focus on one person to personify it and to put a face. And
I want to say to you, Spencer, that I think that you were personified by like people like Louise Mensch, especially to the left people that brought us together because we didn't like Trump, the Team Patriot people, because they all faked us out, obviously, John Schindler included and lots of other people. But I was in that group, and I would see you on TV or come across Twitter on something that they would show with you, and they were helping to explain who you were to us, kind of like, because I didn't know who you were other than seeing you, and then being in the crowd, of course. So, and they would always focus on you, but she would be the one who would explain you to us. And there was a lot of people, like we had private DMs. She had a private Twitter that all women could be part of. It was her Gwyneth 19 or 1499 or some shit like that. I was in that group, but those were the people. And she's American, but she's not a full citizen. So I think she has that because if she went back, she won't go to jail because they won't let her be extradited back here or something. But
interesting.
Yeah, so that's why she's never become a full citizen, even though she has American children, like 4 of them actually. So, but that's how I really understood you, through their explaining you. And but they're working here. She wasn't right the whole time, right?
There was a period there where like I could turn on the TV at my grandparents' house, and you were on like every single news broadcast.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And I remember thinking to myself, like, this is not good. Like for Richard or for whatever. Like it was sort of like you would like saturate it. You'd like become a part of the TV fixture.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And I think when you got punched in the head, that was like the big moment. Where things went really crazy as a result.
That's actually where I remember him the most, is when they punched him, because they kept playing that shit over and over and over, which was really weird. But I think it's whoever's doing this, it's not that they're left or right. They're there to cause chaos regardless. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And what's the difference, may I ask you, what's the difference between alt-right and a libertarian? Because to me, they're the same, but is there a difference?
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say there's a huge difference. I mean, I
Okay, I
think
don't
the
know what it is. I'm
alt-right,
just asking.
well, the alt-right, I would say is now almost like a part of history. And, the dissident right is what they call themselves now, and it's something that's a little bit different, but many of the same players, many of the same memes. I mean, one thing that I think that I brought to the alt-right, and certainly Trump brought as well, and so on, was like a rejection of libertarianism, a rejection of um, basically hating the welfare state, and so on. I mean, there was a kind of statist quality to Trump in 2016 and the alt-right in general.
But he
Of
was with that CPN group, so that's kind of the alt-right to me. No?
yeah, CP. What is that?
The
CNP,
Christian.
you mean?
Yes, I'm sorry. Was it CNP?
Yeah. No, I mean, so hold up, but let me just kind of back up a second because I want to be clear about this. So, in the early days of the alt-right, the view was that the Republican Party had been sort of captured by the Tea Party, by these kind of like weird libertarian types who didn't have a program, didn't have an agenda. And literally the phrase was like an alternative to the right,
Yeah.
skepticism about the Afghanistan wars, skepticism about basically all of the people leading the Republican Party. And
Oh, absolutely.
it was
It was
generational. It
directed
was a bunch of
against
young
the right.
people, right? And it was a sort of rejection of the well-fed right, is what I called it, in the, at the time. And we were right to reject a lot of that stuff. The Paul Ryan, the attack on basically like normal people that the Republican Party
But
was
Trump was
engaging
not
in.
anti that. Just to be
No,
clear.
Trump wasn't really a part of the alt-right. Trump was that ink blot, not unlike Obama, that everybody wanted to project their own views onto.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm just talking about the from watching Trump period. I mean, I'm not trying to compare him to anybody but Trump. But
Trump cut a
him.
deal, and Trump cut a deal with both the Israeli world and the Federalist Society world.
Yes,
and
that makes sense.
that deal that was cut with the evangelical world, that was basically the only political deal he actually kept. Right?
Yeah.
Everybody else he sort of threw under the bus. Which makes sense, like why he would do that, because they had the voters, they liked him, right? Obviously, Jared had those relationships with the Federalist Society. There was all of that going on.
Well, the Virginia Thomas is what I'm, the CMP,
none of that stuff matters.
One thing that's interesting.
People obsess about all that, but none of that matters. Like the only relationships that really matter with Trump were the relationship he had with the Federalist Society.
Well, he wanted that evangelical group.
No, none of those groups matter. That's all overdetermined because they had nowhere to go other than him. The issue was all about judges.
That makes sense.
And
yeah, judges. Yes, it made
could be
judges.
trusted on judges. Yes. And when Scalia's son, through Leonard Leo, right, brokered this, endorsed Trump.
Yes.
That was when he had the Catholics. That was done, right?
Yes,
that was
I agree. I remember.
And then when he had Netanyahu and Jared and sort of the Jews writ large, the evangelicals came in that bus because they always followed the Sheldon Adelson money, because Adelson was pumping their organizations filled with casino cash. So he had the Jews and he had the Catholics, and that's why he basically ended up getting the evangelicals.
One interesting thing about all of this is that there's been this melding, and I think a lot of these dynamics have been lost along the way. I mean, there is no question. First off, my own personal career, which you can go look into and see my writing, I have always been against conservatism. Like, I don't know if there was a time in my life when I didn't say conservatism with this like ironic, like acid laced, style. Like I was always against Republicans and so on. Now I was more sympathetic towards, I worked at the Ron Paul 2008 campaign.
By the way, I remember this. Like when we first met, I think it was in like 2009 or 2010 or something. Mm-hmm. I remember you just trashing Republicans the whole time that we met, and conservatives generally.
So weird.
Oh yeah. I mean, I am always been like that, and I see through their shit, and I don't like these, these like Catholic trad, fat guys
Well, we
talking
had this
about abortion or
conversation
whatever. I'm just like, I have
about.
no. I mean, look, I'm
I
a
remember having this conversation with
dyed-in-the-wool
you about the
Nietzschean.
environment. Like, I remember we had this conversation about the environment,
Oh yeah,
and that basically you were like, "Yeah, the Republican Party wants to like poison the air and kill us all." And I just remember I just remember thinking to myself, like, I don't think he's wrong about that. Like, I remember like you just sort of like said it very off the cuff, and I remember thinking to myself, like, he's got a point. Like,
So why were you labeled a white supremacist and a Nazi? I mean, I'm not judging you that way. I'm just saying that's how I was.
Yeah, you have to understand the dynamic. Like, in some degree, to be a white nationalist or whatever is to be anti-GOP. Now, that's not, I would say, the primary dynamic. I mean, most of the things that are part of, I guess you could say, white nationalism Inc. or whatever, like VDARE or whatever, these things are total. I mean, I would imagine that is just like some kind of conservative operation, because it channels, it kind of corrals all these mostly Southern boomer kind of racist types, and it corrals them back into the Republican Party, and it talks about how they're the real America and blah blah blah. But for at least my side of things, I mean, to this day, it's, oppositional to the Republican Party. So we were in this weird situation in 2015 and 2016 where we're in that situation roughly today as well, which is so fascinating, where the Republican establishment was opposed to Donald Trump. And we forget all this stuff.
That's true. I remember that.
National Review did a full, dedicated an entire issue to anti-Trump, and they had
just to put this in perspective, right? So it was me and Darren Beatty who were the only members of the 700-person plus Claremont listserv that were pro-Trump.
Yeah,
in the 16th cycle.
And they're this is where all this stuff has come full circle. I mean, I think we need to do a podcast on this where we kind of remember the alt-right, or it needs to be done in articles, because a lot of these dynamics
done in kind of an archival way where we just
they get washed out, as time goes on. Because my read of Claremont people is that they are anti-Trump again. And they're on the DeSantis train very hard and calling Trump like MAGA Inc. They're using all the same nicknames
they
are.
Previously. You're right.
Yeah. So, but anyway, to go back to this, so everyone that I hated, mostly coming from the kind of Iraq war days and the W years, hated Trump. Trump hated them back. Trump was bashing them. Trump was showing that you didn't need them to win. And so there was this interesting dynamic that was rather fleeting, in which Trump kind of needed the alt-right for his support. I mean, look, I don't think Trump would have been elected without the alt-right. I just simply don't, and I know that sounds self-serving.
I totally agree with you. That's why I'm real confused on all this. So thank you for clarifying it. I'm really trying to understand.
I think actually, for me, the tell was, you and I we watched one of the debates together. I think Jeff Giese was there.
Yeah.
This was like maybe in Arlington. Do you recall this? Like, is this coming back to you?
Although granted, a lot of these things blend together.
Yes. And I don't think none of us were sleeping all that much, and it was a very chaotic, crazy time, to put it mildly. Yeah. Even by the standards of today, it was kind of crazy. But my recollection of this was that we were watching this debate, and we were watching Trump just like beat the snot out of all the Republican candidates.
Every last fucking one of them.
Yeah. And we were there watching this in real time. This was like maybe the second or third debate. And we were just sort of like seeing that, like, it was sort of like watching like some kind of predator who like is introduced to a prey that has like no natural defenses against it.
It was a cult
Yes.
rising.
know,
I watched it from the second rally he ever did, and it was like a cult rising. I
Yeah,
swear.
but
Yeah,
have to
but
understand.
besides the cult aspect,
You
it's
have
the
to understand.
best
We were
metaphor.
watching it. We were watching it as people who hated the Republican Party, but were like still kind of like nominally affiliated with it.
Right.
So,
But he
so
was
it's
using people like Jeff Sessions, though, y'all. I mean,
no,
those were
no, no,
his
no.
first supporters.
I know,
Dana,
but
this is.
let's not get off track.
Let's not get into that. Let's focus on this. Like, and
Okay.
let me
I'm wanting to
let me
understand.
explain this. Let me explain this because this is important to understand. We were like Richard and I were kind of always not really a part of the Republican Party, right? We were sort of like fringe characters in it,
Yeah.
or sort of like the conservative movement writ large. Like I had worked like for Breitbart, but I'd worked for the Daily Caller. I'd bounced around at all these publications, mostly because I was just curious about how they all worked, and mostly because I like had other ways of making money, doing tech things and whatnot, and that ended up being like way more profitable than being involved in Republican nonsense anyway. But basically, like we were not a part of these people, right? We were not really engaged.
Just to add to this,
and then to watch Trump come in there and just take all these people who had like mocked us, who had written all these articles about how crazy we were and fringe we were and whatever, and to watch him go and just murder them on prime time, all of their champions, and just humiliate them, that was amazing. Like,
oh yeah,
I have to agree. I loved watching that.
No,
myself.
and keep this in mind as well. I mean, like when I was doing pro Ron Paul stuff in my own small way, that was pretty much the equivalent of Trumpism circa 2008. I was a lot less interested in 2012, but in 2008, it was the same thing. And the same line was put again. It's these libertarians who are secretly racist, and they're all on this bandwagon, and they hate Israel, and they're against the war. They say they're peaceniks, but they're actually
they hated
Nazis.
Russia.
Yeah, or they love Russia or something. I mean, look,
no, Republicans hated Russia. They hated Russia until Trump convinced them to like Russia.
Well, okay, that's true. That's true. But there was I don't want to get in. Don't get me sidetracked, because there was a lot of pro-Russia sentiment even in libertarianism, even during the W years. But that is what you say is absolutely true. Like the Republicans have just flipped on this due to a lot of brainwashing.
Which is the weirdest thing, by the way.
Oh yeah,
it was very weird because my father was anti-Russia, served our country, and he swore that Russia and China were our worst enemies. And then watching Trump literally convince these people to like Russia, they're not so bad, but he did it slowly and accurately, and everybody, that cult just followed him.
Okay, but let's stick with this. So Charles and I are watching, like, all the people we hate are, yes, getting murdered on live TV by Donald Trump. So there was that was the dynamic. And Trump, there's also no doubt that Trump couldn't have won without the alt-right, but also he was playing to the alt-right. You'll never convince me that like tweeting out Mussolini quotes or the sheriff star. I mean, give me a break. This guy was obviously like playing footsie with us underneath the table. You just don't do that. You don't just, look, what happened? I woke up this morning and I retweeted Mussolini. I mean, it's absurd when you think about it.
I mean, the quotes, the thing that was funniest to me about it was he was like, well, I just want to be associated with good quotes, right?
Yeah, we love our quotes.
We love our quotes. and he's like, I never get in trouble for what I tweet. I just get in trouble for the retweets. You got to be careful with the retweet. There's like all this stuff like this. And I just remember, like, I went to this dinner party in like 2015, and the Mercers were there. Toby Neugebauer was there. All these like people were there, and they were all telling me how Cruz was going to be the next president of the United States. And I was like, well, I guess. I mean, I know Cruz. I guess it wouldn't be that bad. And here's Trump coming in there and just like humiliating all these people with his giant rallies and how much fun they were. But for me, the thing that I loved the most about it was this was something where I had seen it coming and I called it out, and I was correct and vindicated in like real time. And I cared more about being right. I was there when Trump won at the Hilton, and I was like standing next to Mike Cohen when he won.
Wow.
Which was hilarious, by the way, because he looked super pissed and super scared, which apparently was because he'd like promised all these people things. But like, we go in there and the press is like, how do you feel about how Trump's going to lose and all these bad things are going to happen to Trump? And I was like, well, the country hasn't even voted. Like, maybe let's just like have them vote and let's see what happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then that night he wins, obviously, and it was amazing on so many levels because it was such a repudiation of a group of people, the well-fed right, the kind of like invade the world, poison the air, the sort of like anti-WASP, right, Republican Party that was like hating the so-called progressives, like the Teddy Roosevelts of the world. I mean, you remember this whole like Glenn Beck hating of the progressives and of Teddy Roosevelt and all this stuff, and it was just kind of like just totally maddening, all the crazy nonsense in the Republican Party. And here was this boorish guy, Home Alone 2, Celebrity Apprentice, who came in there and he just humiliated all of them. And my hope was that we were really going to get like a single payer system like he promised. That we were going to get a number of these things. But, we basically got a guy who cut a deal with his son-in-law, and his son-in-law was the de facto president.
And Bannon did this deal. I mean, Bannon said explicitly at one point, we're bringing in the Republican Party. So what I was getting to is this weird melding where for the first, say, year of the presidency, you had this melding with the Paul Ryan people. So there was Reince Priebus was the chief of staff. Paul Ryan was working, doing his thing in the House. They got
Reince Priebus and Paul Ryan being longtime friends for those.
Yeah, and so they got the healthcare stuff done, and this was also where Bannon, whoever he is now, was behind this. He was linking all of these people together, and Trump did take over the Republican Party, and he kind of like did its bidding in many ways. So that ended. He wanted to do the wall, and that was this kind of chess piece for this new majority that he had created of white people who had never voted before in the Midwest, or the other things, millions of people who voted for Obama, maybe even voted for Obama twice, who then voted for Trump in 2016. This was a huge phenomenon. And
we called it on the campaign, we called it the OOTS. Obama Trumps, the OOTS.
Right. Yeah. But this is it's an amazing thing. So he did all of this stuff, and then by, I would say, 2019, you had Trump. In many ways, I agree with you. Like, in a world where COVID didn't happen, could Trump have been reelected? Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, there was this move when he was signing these like omnibus bills and then bashing them on Twitter while signing them. And the wall, like he did the shutdown, he couldn't get it. It was just this viewed as a failure. You saw the birth of QAnon, around that time. I believe it was in late 2017, and then it was in 2018 where it started to get legs. And then by 2019, it was a serious thing. And then COVID happened, people were locked in their homes, and basically America just went insane on this stuff. But the QAnon was a kind of replacement for the alt-right, and it was much bigger. I mean, it was a million times the size, but it had the same dynamic, and it was pro-Trump but anti-state, effectively, definitely anti-Democrats who were all demonic pedophiles and so on. And so,
by the way, I remember when I first encountered it, just how fucking frightening it was, because you'd be like at a Republican event, and there'd be some like well-heeled, like post-evangelical person, and they would look at you with all sincerity these people were not poor. Like, many of them were like quite successful in their own way, but they were like convinced that there was these satanic pedophile rings operating everywhere. And if you didn't like immediately share their concern, you were presumably in on it. And I just remember like encountering these people in the wild and being like, whoa, you know?
Yeah.
And then you'd go to more of these events and there'd be like more of them each time. And it was like a kind of an invasion of the body snatchers. It was really disturbing, to put it mildly.
But they became a more powerful version of the alt-right. There was no need for a bunch of like 4chan white nationalists posting gas chamber memes about Laura Loomer or something. It just none of that. It was over, and they did something that was in a way more radical and more destructive. So whereas Charlottesville was this like all of these online people, to a very large extent organically coming together, you had J6 where you have many more people. It was backed by Trump himself, and it was about overthrowing the government. It was like they learned certain things from the alt-right. So, there was a time in 2016 with Paul Ryan where he said, who are these alt conservatives or whatever? I don't understand who they are. They're liberals, is kind of how they view. But they're Nazis too. But they're liberals, which I guess is not entirely incorrect. But what the GOP learned from that is, the best opposition is the one you control. So it's like we want to have. QAnon, was it created by the 4chan guy? Maybe. Was it created by Russia? Who knows?
It's very clearly Israeli intelligence.
Yeah. I'll take your word on this.
This I'm certain. Now there are others that projected onto it as well, but it was very much an Israeli Likud psyop operation for sure.
Right.
Zero.
But I said this, and it's kind of a joke, but also kind of true. Whereas I said, I think that Q actually does have Q level clearance. And what I meant by that was that it's obviously everything he's saying is nonsense, or it's just like evangelical babble or something. I'm not saying it's true, but it's so clearly effective, so clearly a psychological operation.
It was designed to put a bunch of people to sleep right when the Israelis needed it to happen, right? Trust the plan. Remember, there's all these sealed indictments, and there's this like internal fight within the government. And there's like the forces of good and evil playing out in the government. It was like a whole thing. And
it was Christianity as well. It was.
Yes.
It was
Ragnarok
so many of these
Christianity. There was a final battle that was going to happen, and my view is that the logic of Q and the logic of the Flight 93 essay, right, where you storm the Capitol, where you take control, right, all of that is of a piece, and the piece is that you basically have to take over the government, whereas I think the alt-right was basically much more an obsession with the politics of symbolism, of like reading weird books, talking in weird groups, much smaller, much more male. There's sort of the thing that was weirdest to me about the January 6th thing was just the sheer numbers of women who participated in storming the Capitol as well.
Yeah.
Right. The only one person who dies is a woman on January 6th, right? Who was kind of a crazy lady, busting through the door, right? Which was
quoting QAnon on her final broadcast.
Yes, quoting QAnon, right? So, yeah, I'm of the view basically that the logic of January 6th, was all those seeds were planted in the Flight 93 essay, which is the Claremont thing, with Michael Anton, who later serves in the National Security Council, right? Who's later like there working for first it's Mike Flynn, then it's that other guy. What the hell's his name? The one who left to make way for Bolton, H.R. McMaster. And yeah, there's this sort of like the logic of storming the government, taking control, storming the cockpit. There's a kind of revolutionary fervor there that I never saw with the alt-right people.
Well, I don't think the alt-right wanted to overthrow the government. I think the alt-right I think the alt-right obviously cared about race, and it wanted to, stop immigration. This is still a white country. It was like 4chan nerds getting weirdly connected with, the Heartland morons, where it's like, these are our people. I mean, it was nationalist. It was not libertarian. But I don't think, and you could definitely say it
by
was
the way, not
toxic.
Christian,
I mean, I
not
agree.
Christian either.
Oh no.
Not
And
Christian.
the chief guy, me, is this dyed in the wool atheist Nietzschean type. So no, it had no Christian elements to it. QAnon was the reverse. It was like about overthrowing the government on some level, killing all of these government officials, just hanging them up on lampposts. So all of that rhetoric, from you could probably hear some of that rhetoric in the alt-right, but it wasn't real in the way that it was with QAnon. And look, I am not saying this to be self-serving in any way. I'm not saying this to say the alt-right was good. I think the alt-right was a disaster in many ways, but you have to look at it straight and not just kind of connect all these things or not equate all of these things. But there was a kind of melding where so much of the right now is picking up on kind of half-baked alt-right memes from 2014. Matt Walsh of the right, the conservatives, they're just liberals from 11 years ago. They'll just go along and we need to fight that. Candace Owens picks up on half-baked alt-right memes. Tucker, I mean, this is so clear. Tucker never used to do this, and he's doing the Great Replacement. And again, it's a half-baked version of all this stuff, but it is coming from there. So there's this weird melding. And I would say this, and again, I'm not being self-serving, nor am I trying to defend the honor of the alt-right, which it has any, to the extent that it has any. But it's the mainstream is more radical than the fringe. The mainstream people have had their brains fucked in a way that you would think that the fringe would be like.
No, we would go. I mean, I went to one of your events, and literally everyone there was in a suit and tie. I was the only one there with a beard, basically.
Right.
And it was a very it was joining some kind of weird Princeton country club kind of thing, right? Where people were talking about esoteric books they were reading. And
or race realism or science, Darwinian
science or whatever,
stuff,
right?
It was
and there was maybe 30 or 40 people there, right?
Yeah.
And then I'd go to a Trump rally, and there would be thousands of people there with trust the plan, Q stuff, and they were basically, of the few people I've known who were at January 6th, many of them had drug issues in their past. Some currently, in fact, one of the people I think who was at the Capitol who was arrested, I'm pretty sure she was on drugs when she went there, right? That was sort of not a thing with the alt-right people. It was sort of frowned upon, that kind of thing. And
right.
And I think you're right. I think actually the conservative movement on the whole has taken a kind of fascist, dictator supporting approach to politics. You can see this in how the Claremont people talk about the quote unquote the regime, right?
Yes.
As that's a very important part of the language. You can see it in Tom Klingenstein talking about how this is a war, right? There's a sort of civil war being played out. There's a lot more martial, violent language with the Republican Party, and I find that way more disturbing. It's like the fear was that the kids were dangerous, right? The kids are into all this alt-right stuff.
No, it's
actually
the
your boomer
grandparents.
dad and grandpa who will actually scale the wall and shit in Nancy Pelosi's office, right?
The kids are playing video games. They're "Where's grandma and grandpa? What are they up to?" They look on the news.
The kids
they've been arrested.
The kids are all messing about on TikTok while grandma and grandpa are on pills overthrowing the government or being arrested for overthrowing the government. That's so dark.
Yeah, so I mean that's been the dynamic, and I have noticed this new change recently where all of these Claremont, shills or something, or, Pedro Gonzalez, or what the hell these people are, they're all on the DeSantis train. And I don't know if that's simply a matter of the midterms. They're kind of like, hedging their bets or whatever. But they've definitely moved to that side pretty obviously. And I think that's, I think it's a good thing for Trump in a way. Like those, you don't want that. I mean, Trump is stronger when he's saying like, I don't want to end Social Security, when he's not associated directly with the, uh, Flight 92 election type people or things like that. I mean, that's a better position for him to be. So he should be thankful that he's kind of all alone in a way. But yeah, I mean that's the dynamic. But there's been this weird kind of like, again, all this stuff. Like I'll hear Candace Owens say stuff like particularly in the first 3 months after the Ukraine invasion, where it's all of these memes that were, to be brutally frank, fed to me to say about Ukraine. Via my ex-wife and via other people. The Ukraine's not a real country. They speak the same language. It's actually Russia. We shouldn't do it. All of this kind of stuff. Or if we go, it's NATO expansion. If we go against this, it'll
recall
crawl
that
World War III.
Candace Owens' husband, George Farmer, was the head of Parler, and Rebecca Mercer is very like Chinese and Russian. Right, she's sort of Russophilic Chinese, is sort of the way of Cambridge Analytica backer. There's all these questions about, is George Farmer gay? What's the story there? Like, what's the situation with that marriage? It happened very suddenly. Ali Hanley, who is Lee Hanley's wife, is a major backer of Candace Owens. So there's a number of these like influencer types who are like more perfected versions of kind of like what you were doing. Like you were too doing your own thing. You weren't an actor reading a script, right?
Right.
And I think that was the major problem with you. And to some extent, I think it's the major problem with me. I mean, for all my faults, like I have my own mind on a number of subjects.
Right.
And I think that was an error. That was an error that was corrected with this current version of things, which is why I think the quality of the debate, the quality of the discussion is actually like way weaker now.
It's unbelievably stupid what these people talk about.
Like we're really debating, like we're really talking about like book banning and trannies and Disneyland, right? It's sort of like literally juvenile, right? Like we're fighting over Disneyland. Like who cares, right? And yet like there's a real like power struggle over Disneyland, right? Involving like billions of dollars and all that. And then on the tranny thing, like, I mean, or the drag fight, this sort of like banning of drag. I mean, like this is what we're debating. This is what we're discussing. And so I think there's a sort of lack of seriousness, lack of coming up with real solutions to real problems, or even identifying real problems.
Right.
That the right is suffering now. And I think partly it's been a victim of the sort of like, recall like 2015, gay marriage is legalized by the Supreme Court, right? That sort of like neutralizes a social issue that animated some people. Never that many, right? I think that was always overstated. And then in 2021 or whatever, whenever Roe v. Wade was overturned, right? Like there's a whole lot of people who don't really feel the need to show up to vote for a corporatist Republican Party now that gay marriage, or now that abortion is like not that, it's not a national issue anymore. It's a state by state issue, right? So I think that what's happened is that the Republican Party has had to look for more crazier wedge issues. And that has been the real kind of situation. And so first you saw it with the fight over kneeling in the NFL, right? Sort of like, oh my God, Colin Kaepernick is kneeling, and oh my God. and then it was a fight over the statues, sort of like symbolic politics over like what to do with the Keys Confederate monuments, right? Do they need to be destroyed? Do they need to? And then it's like, well, they've been up for 100 years. Like, who the fuck cares? And then people would attack you for making that position, right? Because like supposedly you don't understand race all that well. Then it was the 1619 Project, which was done by the Sulzberger family, who actually owned slaves. Like, let's be real about this, right? Like, they genuinely owned slaves. And yet we were supposed to like all debate like reparations or something. So there was like all these like cultural conflicts. And it was like they were being tested out. And then I think in 2020, they really came to a head, right? And when they came to a head in 2020, it was, we're going to burn down America, right? Like, we're going to have like a giant riot. And then the Republicans sort of had like riot envy, right? Like, they were pissed off about 2020 and like nothing happening in 2020. So they're like, we have a right to storm the government and do our own riot, right? And they were sort of like, there was all these comparisons right away to like, oh, January 6th to the riots that were going on in the summertime. And I think that was a major error, you know, like looking back at it now. I think that basically there was a radicalization that went on. And I think we're sort of living with the consequences of it now. But I'm curious, so what do you think? I mean, do you think the right is just like kind of moribund now? Or what's your, I mean, it seems to me Joe Biden stole all the good bits of Trumpism, and that like one person's China tariff is another person's like green energy supply chain away from China, right? Like he's taken all these like MAGA ideas and actually like put them into the service of a kind of like Democrat centrist approach to politics. I mean, we're
no, that is how I absolutely view Joe Biden, which is not what I expected. I mean, I supported Joe Biden in 2020 on the basis of the Trump phenomenon has become so unbearably toxic that it just needs to be put out of its misery. I mean, there's just no, you know, I was obviously proven correct by that, but I never expected, you know, good things to come out of Joe Biden. I mean, I definitely underestimated him, but you know, I'm joyfully surprised. But yeah, I mean, I would say this looking back on things, like I was always a snob when it came to conservatives in the sense of like, you know, really, guys, you think Russell Kirk is a major philosopher? Like, you know, like what are we? You know, whatever you want to say about left-wing academia, at least it's interesting and provocative. Like you guys have got nothing outside of, you know, the people who wrote for National Review in the 1950s or something. But I look back upon conservatives now as almost like with a certain admiration or nostalgia. I mean, they weren't this dumb. And, you know, you can see this thing of like the development of QAnon. Even wasn't the kind of like deplorable in many ways, wasn't that a kind of signal of where things are headed? Because you know, the deplorable was about getting rid of me, getting rid of any kind of like edgy intellectual type and going to the hordes who are, you know, these are the real Americans. And this is somehow, you know, more pragmatic. And this is going to be how we win and so on. And so what the conservative movement is now is this. It's like obsessing about drag queens, QAnon, demon worship, and so on. And then it's also this thing which you located and which I think is really insightful, which is this like empty rebellion, or like this rebellion over nothing, which is the Flight 93 election or January 6th, where it's like, I'm really mad about something. I don't understand the world. I'm on social media all day and I'm looking at pictures of Antifa burning down cities or whatever. And I think it's happening in my next door neighbor, next door. And I'm just really angry and anxious. And I'm just going to go and take over the government. I'm going to take it back. I'm just going to force my will upon this. But there's no like what do you do the next day? What do you do when you reinstall Donald Trump as president? What do you do when you create this new dictatorship? They have no idea. So it's this kind of Michael Anton, again, Michael Anton, who's a left coast Straussian and believes all this, hokey nonsense about natural law or whatever, but has just
Well, does
become,
he really believe that, or is it a cover? Right, is the other
well, who
question.
knows? I mean, he doesn't have anything else, but yeah, it might be very well be a cover. But like, all he is now is this guy claiming, like Howard Beale, basically, of like, you've got to get angry, you've got to just, open up your window and scream, I'm a human being, god damn it. There's nothing there, and so it's this like empty rebellion against, in a way, against nothing and for nothing. So it's just like pure anger. And
Well, I've thought
no, I mean,
about this a lot in the context of Seinfeld, right? How Seinfeld was a show about nothing, and Steve Bannon was supposedly like a producer of it, right? And there's this sort of like weird thing about like, he's like saying Breitbart's a platform for the alt-right, but they want to deconstruct the administrative state. And it's
right.
like, and replace it with what, right? Like, allow anyone and everyone to pollute like crazy. I mean, there's just not a there, right? There's no like heft or vision or sort of like story that people want to tell about the future. And I guess,
or staff it with Trump yahoos or whatever the hell they're going to try to do.
well, the big tell to me was just like the culling of intelligent people from the transition, right?
Yeah.
Like you look at the people who ended up serving in the Trump White House, and there's like a whole lot of dumb evangelical types and a whole bunch of people who look like they were donors' kids, right? This sort of like fail sons of the Gen Xers, right? Which is, to a large extent, I mean, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I mean, you look at Kimberly Guilfoyle speaking, at CPAC, and it's kind of like a weird striptease kind of approach, right? There's a sort of like, this is like Gavin Newsom's ex-wife turned like Donald Trump Jr.'s girlfriend, even though she's 10 years older. It's all very strange, right? And you're supposed to just be like, oh yes, this is totally normal for like Kellyanne Conway to be like the granddaughter of mobsters, right? This is very normal for like, I mean, all this weird shit to be going on. And I think Jordan Bloom was right, or Arthur Bloom was right. Like, the mob danger is still very much a part of the Republican Party. And it's back in a very serious, substantive way. And we should be frightened by it because it's winning in a lot of key respects. And it doesn't, in a weird way, it's kind of like when you meet people who are Mormons or Scientologists or fundamentalist Muslims, or like, it's actually like the crazier the beliefs, the better, because people get united around their sort of like fake signaling to these fake beliefs. And that to me is like where the Republican Party is. It's like watching a kind of cult around me form, and it's impervious to reason. It's impervious to like technological progress. Like it loves technology, right? But it bitches and it doesn't want to invest in it, right? It doesn't want to build real technology because real technology is about doing more with less. And they want to use their slaves to do that, right? They want to use their illegal aliens who they don't really want to kick out of the country. Because if they wanted to do that, they would invest in all kinds of technology to detect them, but they don't want to do that, right? They want, they want to basically eat whatever they want, right? They want to bitch at Michelle Obama, who tells them to work out. And they want to basically be diabetics, and they want to pay large amounts of money to the drug companies for being diabetics, even though Joe Biden comes. I mean, it's so crazy on so many levels, right? Because like, here is a guy who literally goes and like says to all the rednecks, hey, rednecks, I'm going to keep you out of all these stupid wars. What do you say? And they're like, fuck you, Brandon. And and then he's like, by the way, like, I know a lot of you guys suffer from diabetes, so I'm going to like cap the prices of that so you guys are okay. And they're like, fuck you, man. And he doesn't like, he just like routinely does these like solids to like red fat America. and he gets nothing for it, right? Like it's just like and we're supposed to be. I mean, there's been like 5 people, 6 people, maybe some measures say as many as 12 Americans who've died in the Ukraine war. All of them wanted to go, by the way. Like it wasn't like anyone forced them to go there. Um, and yet, like, we're supposed to believe that like Ukraine is this like massive problem for the for the country or whatever. It's like it's just so silly on some level, right? The fact that the Republicans are obsessed about Ukraine when it's like, excuse me, did you not just spend $1 trillion in Afghanistan for nothing? Right? A lot of dead Americans, right? Like at least in Europe, we're like fighting over something of real consequence, right? Like we're fighting over a question of like, will we allow a petrostate like Russia to dominate our European allies, right? Like there's like a real battle over the future of the world playing out in Ukraine. And what's amazing to me about it is like it's a massive battle and Joe Biden is like not having Americans go and actually fight that war, right? He's like actually like using technology and using our allies in the field. And it's really kind of an amazing piece of statecraft if you think about it. It's like literally a fight over the future of our world. And yet we are actually like pretty well secure. Like America's gotten a lot stronger as a result of this conflict. So there's like the sheer attention to detail and statecraft I've come to really admire about this president. It's really kind of amazing to watch, and it's certainly something that I don't think Trump would have ever been capable of.
Hey, Charles, guys, Richard.
Yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
Thank you. Give me a couple of minutes. You're touching, I think, on the precise thing that I've been having in mind while I'm hearing you, is that fundamentally why you were so much pro-Trump to 2016, where you were younger and the situation was different. But the main thing is we actually had a crisis, and the crisis was coming from Obama that came out with so much promise, but ends up being a failure more than anything. Doesn't need to things were.
Yeah, my view of Obama's presidency, I think Obama will go down as the worst president of my lifetime. I think he'll actually go down as worse than George W. Bush, which I know is a great, like there's a lot there, and I can go in, I can make that case, like how Obama basically sacrificed a generation of young people to the tech companies. I think Obama was a fraud in many respects. And that in many respects, the things I liked the most about the Obama-Biden presidency were policies that Joe Biden got implemented despite Obama's objections to them. And I think actually when we go back and we look at the history, I think we'll see the Obama-Trump years as part of the same phenomenon, the sort of obsession of celebrity over substance.
Yeah, I for the most part agree now with you, Charles. But more deeply than that, I think we have a corruption of modernity with Obama, with all the elitism and like the Harvard people and the Ivy Leagues that you described back then, in contrast with the people we have now. They are like more policy focused, get stuff done, don't focus too much on ideology or posture or whatever the Ivy League it is for. But that crisis of modernity is a real thing, and I think that was mainly what made people like you guys support Trump back then.
I agree with.
Just let me complete this thought. All that is needed is a competent government, like more competent than not. Something like what we have now. I think that is a modern government. Problem with that is that it's very easily to get corrupt, especially as time passes and the ideology itself. Then you have postmodernity, who does some valid criticism. It's just that doesn't offer much of a solution. Doesn't it?
I think the way to think about this is Obama was a kind of postmodern president, right? And Trump was kind of postmodern as well. And what we really wanted a president to go back to the 1950s. and who wanted a kind of dirigisme, a kind of like industrial America that builds things, that has a compelling vision of itself, that really reinvigorates a middle class. And Trump would talk about all these factories, but like meanwhile his son-in-law is like flying around doing business deals and stealing money, right, from the public fisc. Um, and I think that when you look at Joe Biden, you know, you have a kind of like a guy who can't speak all that well, right? But who has a clear vision of like what he wants the country to be when he's done with it. And that vision is deeply compelling to a lot of people. And it may not be the best vision out there, but it's actually something that's put forward. Whereas Trump is basically yelling at his TV, and Obama just wants to be that cool person you see on that Facebook video.
Yeah,
Right.
but Trump, I agree with you with Obama being a postmodern president, and postmodern in a way of modernity corrupted, not just critic to modernity, which is the actual definition of postmodernity. But Trump was anti-modern, which is if it's not exactly, is what fascism is. There is not much reason behind.
Oh no,
Because
I think the
I
problem.
disagree with that
Yeah,
okay,
really
okay. Yeah,
profoundly.
Go ahead.
let me finish
Flesh it
finish
out,
the
Daniel.
thought,
Flesh
and
it out. Yeah.
then yeah. So in any case, I think modernity still is the best we have right now in the meta modern version. That is like a version that welcomes the criticism of postmodernity, but does not accept postmodernity as a method of action. But in any case, there was a very good justification for the attitude that you guys had. I mean, I was also enraged by having as an option Hillary, because I thought that was going to drive the country furthermore into that corrupt modern ways, as opposed to a more what, practical application of modernity, not corrupt at the core, that we have with Biden, that to me is meta-modern. But yeah, that's what I have in mind. Thank you.
You go ahead, Richard. You want to take this? I mean, I have a few like quick things I would say about.
Yeah, I mean,
Go ahead.
Well, you can go first. Interesting. I'm hearing some buzzwords, but I kind of would contest a lot of those things. Let me try to think through this really quickly. I agree that Obama, there was a lot projected onto Obama. And in some ways, he was a kind of postmodern president in the sense of like image and no substance. In many ways, there was a great deal of nostalgia with Barack Obama. I can remember seeing even older people. There was a lot of people my age, you know, again, at the time in 2008 who were excited about him. But there were a lot of older people who were really, this is the next John F. Kennedy and so on. And John F. Kennedy was in many ways a kind of image factory. I definitely think it's hard. I mean, I think maybe like Alexander Dugin or something, someone like that would claim that Trump is anti-modern. But I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, this is a reality television star. Even when he was a real estate developer, he was still a reality television show star, basically. And reality television was the tabloids.
This was the big mistake. Yeah, this was the big mistake, I think, of the left attacking Trump, is that they wanted him to be a fascist when he was a nihilist, right?
Yeah.
And I think that if I could like sum it up, that would be the big problem I think that they had, was they wanted to struggle against fascism, and Trump just like kind of refused. And it's only in the final weeks of his presidency then he was kind of like, fuck it, I guess I'll be a fascist then. Right? Like that's kind of what January 6th was. But it was a sort of like faint-hearted fascism, right? Like this is not the beer hall putsch where like all these people die. It's like it's actually like very like weirdly it was a weirdly postmodern coup, right? You've got the guy like
Charles,
stealing lectern.
I think the key there is that Trump doesn't care about truth. Doesn't care about actually modernity and reason be an instrument for everyone in in the surface of the earth, like a way to move
Well,
forward in
I
a
don't
certain
think
way.
any of these people really. I mean, let's put it this way, right? Like, I don't think Bill Clinton, Slick Willie, was thinking about truth, right? Where he was debating the definition of is, or George Bush was thinking about like, how truthful he could be about the intelligence around like invading Iraq, say,
Yeah, but
right?
but they were not playing as much as every time talk for the most part. He talks with both sides of his mouth, so he totally has something for you and something for me. It's an incredible
Yes. Well,
way to do it. So it's totally uncaring about truth, and that I think
yeah. I
is
mean,
a
I think Trump could have been a bridge to a fascist leader, right? But I think he didn't really have the temperament to make it happen. I think
agree,
I
Well,
agree,
think
well,
DeSantis does.
agree.
let's
By the
understand
way.
fascism here. I mean,
Yeah.
look, fascism isn't just being a dictator, or isn't just controlling people's lives, or something. There's a ideology of fascism which I would actually associate with being hyper modern. I mean, there's the Italian fascism came from, among other things, the futurist movement, and it was about neoclassical architecture, but modern
Yeah,
architecture,
yeah,
and
Richard, I have,
building massive
yeah,
new structures, being more efficient, being kind of mechanizing, having a kind of nostalgia for a rural peasantry, but projecting that onto a proletarian worker. I
Right.
mean,
Literally,
it's
literally, they ran the trains on time. Right. I mean,
yeah.
no, they didn't. They try. I mean,
no,
they
but this
reject
is the
that.
lie of it, right? It
Yeah,
never
yeah,
actually
yeah,
delivers, right?
yeah, yeah. But
It makes a pretense of it,
Well, I
and it.
think
yeah,
it did deliver. I mean, I agree with Tony Judd in many ways, in the sense that, like, fascism became the model for post-war so-called liberal democratic states. I mean, the German economy, where labor unions, corporate executives, and the government work hand in hand to produce BMWs and Audis and Siemens and all this sorts of stuff. Like, this is fascism at work. I mean, I
Right.
don't know what to say.
I mean, probably. I
They
mean,
were highly successful, even though they were demonized.
yeah.
So I
Richard,
would say that, but I think Trump has awakened something, and here I guess I'm risking sounding like a liberal or something, but I think someone like DeSantis, Trump is incompetent, and he's also kind of weirdly benign on some level, and all this kind of stuff. But someone like DeSantis, I think, would implement he it would be fascism in the way that the word is often used, like like the soup Nazi in Seinfeld, where the being a Nazi just means you're anal retentive, basically. You're super uptight and regimented and so on. I think DeSantis would be a fascist in that sense. He would like jail a blogger that criticized him, and ban books, and just do all this just a kind of obnoxious overreaching. He'd go after Disney and
fly illegal aliens to Martha's Vineyard, and
yeah, it's or
yeah.
arrest some like 65-year-old black lady who voted properly. I mean, just nasty, petty. I think I was
And highly organized, right? Like,
yeah.
I honestly don't think Trump would be capable enough of thinking of getting a bunch of illegal aliens and flying them to Martha's Vineyard. Like,
too
that's a
much, too
level of
much
attention
logistics
to
for him.
detail
Yeah,
that I
yeah,
just
guys,
don't
but
think Trump was
just
capable of.
let me finish before I try to go to sleep.
Yeah.
I think, Richard, you're right in this from the historical perspective. So fascism and communism come as a response of the classical liberal, like decadence or non-functional state. I think communism was actually a progression to nothing, like exaggeration of modernity. But fascism was actually anti-modern. It takes a lot of things from modernity, but the core thing about fascism is that it's anti-reason, it's anti-modernity.
Yeah,
Even
I
when it
just
takes
find
something,
these are just talking points. I mean,
No,
it's
no,
like
no. But okay. Last thing, communism was a project for like to help humanity as a whole. That's it. But fascism was local, was hyper local, Russian, and everything else. So it was anti this notion,
Mussolini led a conference of international fascists.
and
I
it
mean,
was not successful.
you're just saying like stuff that like I would expect from. I mean, sorry, you're saying things that I would expect from like a high school teacher or something.
No,
Like
but
fascist, they
but
hate
Richard,
reason or
yeah,
whatever. This is or like Wolin, who's let me go find my book, The
yeah.
Revolt Against Reason. They
But
just hate
but
rationality.
but but
This is
but
like high school, man.
let's go back to Germany and to
The
Spain
seduction.
and to
Yes,
Italy.
here's my book here
Yeah,
on my shelf
yeah. But
by Richard
they were
Wolin. The
they were
seduction of
against.
unreason.
Okay,
Give me a
no,
break.
but that doesn't mean it's not true. So okay,
It kind of does, though.
but okay, this international meeting of fascism, as I remember yourself saying, it was not very much successful. Unlike the Communist International, whatever, that were for the most part successful. I mean, there was much
At the
coherence
end,
there.
after the Operation Barbarossa, the Nazis were putting out a magazine for literate people in the world called Europa. I mean, I mean, I'm sorry. I look. I might have I have my own perspective on fascism, but I mean, I would defend it. And it's like these are just cliches that people say about fascist.
Well,
It
no.
was
This,
ideological.
yeah, this thing,
I mean,
thing,
the
it may,
final
yeah.
battle between left and right Hegelians occurred on Stalingrad. I mean, it was a it was a ideological system that was, you could say, pagan modernity, but it was modern. It was obviously rational, and it was to a very large extent derived from the German idealist tradition. And again, fascism has been the most successful economic system. It's basically what has driven Europe to be in, for the most part, to have a much more successful kind of, agreement between the
I
welfare
think
state and labor.
in some sense, though, even talking in the fascist debate, I think this misses a sort of larger thing, right? Which is, I think there are all these people who wanted Trump to be a fascist on many different dimensions,
Yeah, but he
and
wasn't up to it.
he wasn't up to it, and he was incompetent. You know, he was a nihilist, and he was a sort of popular nihilist, a populist nihilist in a weird way, and it's very unclear. Like, if you go back and you look at like what did Trump actually do? I mean, he essentially governed as a mob boss, but like an incompetent one. He
Yeah.
But Charles, but the
But
way
also, what
a
is
fascist leader
Bidenism
wins
if not
is by,
fascism on
but
some level? I mean,
yeah,
like we're using the government has economic outcomes that it wants to administer, and it is creating these outcomes through the bureaucracy.
Richard,
And I mean, don't you
just
think these
quick.
conservatives, I mean, when Ben Shapiro gets the willies
Mhm.
at the dark Brandon speech and all this like evocation of like the military behind him and these red
I
lights
love
and
that speech, by the way.
yeah.
I was all about that speech.
Yes.
I
And
got in
he's
so much trouble.
demonizing
I got
MAGA
in
as
so
like
much
bringing
trouble
chaos.
for saying that like what's the problem with that? I mean, I thought that was a good speech. I got in a lot of
Exactly.
trouble. My girlfriend's family was basically like, "Oh, you support fascism then?" And I remember just sitting there and being like, I don't
Yeah.
know, like
Well, it's funny. They're like, he
Richard,
looks like Darth
guys,
Vader or
I'm not
something.
totally set
It's
on my
like,
way. So
oh, you mean
I'm
the most popular cinematic character in world history? Yeah, he looks like Darth Vader.
okay.
Correct.
I was like, honestly, like, I'm just proud that Biden got through his speech with just like a few slips of the tongue and tripping over his words.
There is a big thing that links Trump to fascism. I agree with you that he was too incompetent, too narcissist, or to whatever to be what actually one. But the way he criticized like the corrupt modern state, that doesn't need to get always corrupt, but sometimes it's get like it was. Yeah.
No, he was
No,
But he was making fun of Hillary and even the
yeah,
GOP
he
because
wanted the
they
modern
were
state
actually
to work
corrupt.
for you.
What?
He
yes.
said in 2016, I mean, I can't believe I'm like in defending Trump. I think this is where I'm going to be for the next year. In 2016, he basically said the system is rigged. I know because I rigged it.
Yeah, but
Now I'm going to be
that's what I am
president
referring to. That's
and
what I'm
I'm going to
saying.
rig it for you.
But that's the fascist message. Back in their time, Mussolini and Hitler did exactly that. They called up the corruption of the state at the moment, which was actually a thing. It was true. So
Right,
that's the link.
The Weimerica meme, right? That America is basically degenerate and not working and corrupt and oligarchic. And so we need a businessman to go in there and shake it
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
To a degree, it was true, isn't it? I
Yeah,
mean,
it was
yeah,
true. It was true, but only in a very facile way, right? It
yeah,
was
yeah. Not
true.
completely true, but it was
Yeah.
true enough for
I
Trump
mean, it was
having
true
to test it.
that basically 2016 looked like it might be a contest between Hillary Clinton and Jeb Bush, right? A sort of fights between staid and screwed up oligarchs.
Yes,
Uh,
yes.
so
Do
that's
you
the point.
see Bukele from El Salvador as maybe being one of the few true fascist leaders today?
Yeah, I mean, he's a Giuliani-esque figure, is my read on him. I'm of the view that he is actually MS-13 in government. That his destruction of the symbols of the graves is a way of hiding who is MS-13. So I look upon his warehousing of all those people in a Chinese-built prison. I look upon all of that as basically a threat to America to say, if you mess with me, I'm going to release all of these people into America. That's my a la Marielle boat lift from Cuba. That's my read on Bukele.
And couldn't you see DeSantis doing stuff like this?
100%.
Couldn't you see DeSantis arresting everyone on this space?
Yes. Yes, and smiling
Like,
about
I'm
it.
not being hyperbolic here.
Hey, El Salvador is like safer now than I don't know, 80 American cities. It's crazy. The results are amazing.
Well, the question is on what time scale, right? And is it in fact true, right? Like these are statistics that are put out by that government. And if you go and you take a whole bunch of gangbangers and you put them into a prison, maybe what you're really doing is warehousing them all and going to release them at a later date. Or maybe you're nationalizing the gang rather than going another direction. So I actually look upon Bukele as extremely dangerous. Maybe one of the most dangerous figures in the world right now.
Huh.
Oh yeah, he could very quickly take everyone he's warehoused, put them through some paramilitary training, and be releasing them somewhere for sure.
And who is supporting him? I mean, China,
Israel,
Russia, us. Who's
China, Israel and China, Netanyahu and China. I mean, Pegasus. There's a whole thing on that. I did a thread on Bukele. I'll put it up in the Jumbotron. I've been meaning to write something about it. I've been to El Salvador several times. I was there as a kid. When I was like 17 or something like that. And it's disturbing. I mean, they're a disturbing bunch. And yeah, I think there's a sort of like a way I've come to think about it is there's always going to be a gang running these places, right? There's a sort of like long tradition here of a gang running it. And the way I kind of look at denazification, which is how Bukele makes the argument about why the MS-13 symbols need to be destroyed. The reason Bukele makes that argument, in my assessment, is because he knows that they need to cover up who is and who isn't a gangbanger, in much the same way as the Nazi regime had to cover up who wasn't a Third Reich Nazi member. And so if you look at that thread that I posted in the Jumbotron, you'll get kind of a sense about this, right? Like, you destroy the tombstones on the graves of gang members to hide the bloodlines of the gang members. You warehouse the gang members to threaten their release, a la Marielle. How are you feeling about, Bibi, right, these days? And if you look at like his involvement with Pegasus, I mean, they were using Pegasus in much the same way that the cartels were using Pegasus in Mexico, which was to target and sweep, informants and allies of the U.S. government, right? That's like what that is. And if you look at Bukele's history, Bukele is like the son of an imam. He's married to this Jewish woman. He's got all these connections with Israel. And you'll see this, like, if you look at the pictures of him, I mean, this is a kind of fascist display of power. And if you were to make the case that Bukele is a fascist, I'd be hard pressed to ignore you. Like, I think you're actually right in that case. Like, he's a sort of Giuliani-esque figure of like jailing all these people, sort of threatening a kind of militaristic pose. And this idea that like, El Salvador is like way safer now, right? Yeah, maybe. We shall see. I don't know that that's true, for one. Like, there are people who get disappeared all the time in El Salvador. So I don't know. I mean, it remains to be seen. My sense is that what he's really doing is he's worried about the U.S. government prosecuting him in much the same way the U.S. government has prosecuted other people, other Latin American leaders or people connected with the drug trade. And I think he probably fears that for himself. So here's his insurance policy of having all these people ready to go to drop off in the U.S. And let's be serious about this. Like, if he were to do that, which I think he's perfectly capable of doing, or like, I guess we just can't protect this prison system anymore. Let's just let them all out, right? Like, I could easily see him doing that, and not even breaking a sweat over it. Like, that seems to me a very likely outcome, even. So, yeah, it's very depressing to think about. And by the way, I know a number of people who own businesses in El Salvador, sort of like moderate type people. And pretty much everyone I know who's done anything business related in El Salvador is trying to get the fuck out, or hiding, running away from El Salvador. People have left their businesses behind. It's not a good place. It's not going in a good direction. Go ahead, Donna.
I have a friend of mine who owns a casino there. I can send you all the paperwork. He runs it through Dallas, through El Salvador. It has his El Salvadorian cartel partner listed on the fucking title. I have it.
Yeah, I'm not the least bit surprised. I mean, I always say this to people. Like, many years ago, somebody said to me that Vicente Fox, like, actually was the head of the cartels in Mexico, and I sort of dismissed that as a crazy thing. But as time has gone on, I've kind of realized that was like 100% accurate.
He's owned it since 1988.
Yeah, not surprising. That? Not surprising. I mean, my uncle lives in Guatemala. One of my uncles lives in Guatemala, and so I've spent quite a lot of time down there. And like, yeah, there's like 30 or 40 families that may or may not be cartel. They like really run that place. And then they own a number of properties here, usually in the Houston area or in Dallas or parts of LA or whatever. Miami is a big place. And that's like the true story of Latin America. What I'm interested in is, why is Tucker Carlson like having Bukele speak to like Red America? Like, what's that about, right? Like, why is Charlie Kirk a Bukele fan, right? Like, I mean, this is ridiculous on some level, right? But it's true. Like, if you go and you look at what they're saying, they're like touting him and praising him and saying how wondrous he is. And it's like, what the fuck is going on here, right? That's been my kind of impression. I don't know if you have thoughts on that, Richard, but like, why is it that the right is like addicted to these types of people?
It's a fairly new phenomenon. I don't think you would have seen this even like 6 years ago or something. But yeah, you saw this with Duterte and, directly executing drug dealers and all this kind of stuff. I don't know. I mean, you could spin this in a lot of different ways. They're preparing Americans to basically accept this kind of rule here. I mean, that's certainly one thing that comes to mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of frightening to think about. I mean, I've come to the conclusion that what's going to happen in the U.S. context is that we are going to have all kinds of crazy conflicts here because the cartels in the drug world isn't going to go quietly. And I think we got a prelude of that today or the other day when the Mexicans, the cartel people, were like arrested and kidnapped those 4 people. Like, I don't know if people saw that going into Mexico. And I think we're going to see a kind of like drug war down below in our southern border. And I think what's going to happen is it's going to push us into kind of more police state like technology. So we're going to basically go in the direction of having more satellites, more drones, more facial recognition as just a part and parcel of like living in our society. We're going to basically implement Chinese style technology and cameras everywhere as a way of like mitigating this perceived threat of the cartels below us. That's kind of my sense of it. You know?
Yeah.
You just tell me there's going to be RoboCop machine.
If only.
But they speak Spanish and only.
If only, yeah. It's going to be RoboCop, right? It's going to be, and he'll be able to kill you in multiple languages. And it won't be Detroit where they'll be battling. It'll be Miami. You know, or maybe even Orlando. Maybe they'll gun down Mickey Mouse or something. That'll be how the cartels make their presence known, is they'll assassinate Mickey.
Do you think that mass surveillance will be a good thing? Because I've heard you say that you like the face recognition. You think it would actually be a good thing? You think? I was just kind of getting your take on that.
It depends if it's owned by the state or if it's owned by the public. You know, so I'm of the view that basically so I'm one of 20 million concealed carry, gun holders, right? Permit holders. And I don't really want to shoot anyone, right? But if I had to, I would, I'd much prefer to facially recognize somebody, and be like, oh, okay, this guy's a mentally ill person. He's off his meds. I don't need to shoot him. Right. I just think that there's so many alternatives to our society of violence than just drawing a gun and shooting somebody in the head,
So if they're owned by private companies, you think it'll be okay, but if the state owns it, it's going to be probably give us problems.
I'm not comfortable with the state alone owning this technology, because I think the police alone is kind of dangerous, because we see in a lot of these places, the police get training from the Israelis or from the Emiratis or whatever. And so what ends up happening is you have these sort of the police just become the largest gang in some of these places that they represent or they work in. And I'm not convinced that that's the solution. I think that in a republic, in our system generally, I think we need a diffusion of these kind of technologies into the sort of civic society. So I think that you should have to take a facial recognition course. Your stuff should be audited. We should see that you're not a child molester or a rapist or whatever. And then you should be able to pay $20 a month or something to have facial recognition if you so choose. That's my read on it.
That's super interesting.
All right, I'm actually going to get a good night's sleep, so I am going to exit real quick. Good night. Really quick, since you brought up Orlando, so what I saw this press conference with DeSantis, and it was kind of funny because he almost set himself up for litigation or something. He said, we had this we had this problem with Disney and the woke stuff, and I'm just trying to protect children. And so and then he basically went in directly to, this is why I did this, and I took away their quasi sovereign territory. But what is it just him being a kind of petty fascist?
No, it's about the money, and many of his donors are big, have big economic interests in Disney.
And they want it to go down. I mean, is he trying
They want to control it. They want to manipulate it. I mean, there's a lot of Chinese money that wants to be parked in Disney and shape the kind of coverage of Disney. I mean, you could think of Disney as kind of like a TikTok or something like that, where it forms the next generation. So if you can control Disney and you can control the memes of Disney, you can have a lot of power. And obviously Disney's the largest employer in the state of Florida, so that's an aspect of it as well.
Do you think Rupert Murdoch has something to do with it?
Murdoch, of course, wants he's like having some sort of fight over like how his company is treated by Disney, and of course there are fights that many of the donors to DeSantis, be they Ike Perlmutter, be they
Yeah, Perlmutter. I mean, Perlmutter got Marvel at a discount many years ago, and I believe he's now out of Marvel. He's
yeah, well, he
but,
sold it, but then there's questions about his earnout. There's like 10 different DeSantis donors that have like weird connections to Disney. And there's been a sort of fighting over Disney that people like Dan Loeb have. Dan Loeb is a major DeSantis backer. So yeah, there's a lot there on the Disney thing. We could maybe do a thing just on Disney. I've been thinking of like writing something kind of serious about it
yeah.
because Eric Garland and I know Abigail Disney a little bit. And I think that might be worthwhile having that conversation.
Wow. That would be fascinating.
Maybe
I
she could even
actually
come into this space. I don't know. She's more friendly with Eric than she's with me. I've just corresponded with her.
I actually think based on like the subscriptions and that portfolio, including Marvel, like Disney's more influential right now on 20 and 30-year-olds who are kind of Disney super fans right now than it is on maybe the next generation or something like that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that's true.
you could well be right. I don't know. I mean, I can just tell you, like, I know that I used to know the largest purchaser of Disney content in the world, who is this Chinese Indonesian guy, Haritano Subduccio, who's actually developing the Trump properties in Indonesia. And, he wanted to have a say in the types of content that was produced by Disney. And, it's a sort of like, it's a power struggle, right? Like so many things. My view, so on the Perlmutter situation, my understanding of it is he basically strong armed Stan Lee to get a very discounted, kind of Marvel, and then sold it to Disney at a very like exorbitantly high price.
Yeah.
That's kind of my understanding of it. And there was a sort of fight over it where they had like, what was that guy's name? Bob Chapek or whatever, and then
Yeah.
the guy's back now.
Iger
Eisner
is
or what?
back. Yes.
Yeah, Iger's back or whatever. Yeah. So anyway, it's been. I have some notes on it. I've been meaning to write something on Disney, but it's sort of like you can never really find the time to do it, because there's all this other stuff that's going
Yeah,
on.
I think the woke stuff, and by woke, I don't even, that word is so nebulous at this point. Just like race swapping, casting, and so on. I actually think that's in the past.
I don't think that that's what the fight is really about.
I don't think it is either. No. This was basically beside the point.
Yeah.
I think this is a lot of like 2017 era stuff that I think actually Disney is going to move away from that. It just creates a backlash, and the people who you're doing it for don't appreciate it. It just seems to be
Well,
this kind of
it depends what you mean by that, right? So, like, it's not really about the woke stuff. It's about the money, right? And
yeah,
the money is, there's a power struggle over controlling Disney because there's only so many of these cultural products out there.
yeah,
And you look at like a Netflix, and Disney Plus and all the streaming wars, and you look at like how much Disney World is now charging relative. I mean, it used to be like a middle class kind of thing, right? And it's
yeah,
increasingly not that.
yeah,
So I don't know. I'm the Walt Disney relationship with like Werner von Braun, right, and like actual fascists, right,
yeah,
is very interesting. The sort of like fact that like Roald Dahl's movie career was financed by Walt Disney is like kind of interesting. The sort of like Disney as deep state creature getting taken over by all these sort of like weird foreigners or like weird Jews who are connected to weird foreigners. I think that's a very interesting angle.
On that note, and kind of what Richard said, I've met him a few times. Jeff Loeb, he used to be the head of Marvel Television, who's the dad of my friend Audrey, and they're real good friends with who's that? Seth Green, who's like a close family friend. But he was head of Marvel TV, and he got in trouble for being like anti quote unquote Asian, I guess, because they were just like, even going back to where Blade, where it's like Wesley Snipes killed 200 Asians, like it was just a complete. They didn't do anything over that. Just went under the rug. Is ridiculous. But
Did he actually kill that many Asians?
apparently, no, I don't know, hyperbole maybe.
I've seen the Blade movies, and I'm going back and like, were there Asian vampires? I mean, maybe there were. I guess. I don't know.
I've
Yeah,
never seen those movies. I just see
They're good, Richard.
culture.
Those
I just see.
you'd like them. They
Uh,
have your name on them.
oh wow. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll go check them out. I just see culture kind of shifting a bit. Like, what was the most salient movie of 2022? It was like Top Gun. And there's this nostalgia and kind of like going back to basics quality that seems to be very successful. And I do think yeah, I mean this is just like purely cultural criticism. It doesn't have anything to do with what we've been talking about before. I just think this whole like Disney is going to be promoting transgendered lesbian black women as Luke Skywalker or something. I think this is.
If only I'd watch that. Yeah. I've always
think
felt
it's
somewhat
moving away from
erased,
that.
right? Because like Orphan Annie, they turn her black, right? They turn Ariel black, and like these are redheaded stars, right?
Mhm.
When I was a kid, like the redheads, and that was how it was done, right? And now we're in this sort of world in which the redheads are on the chopping block.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think that a lot of these fights are like kind of ridiculous on some level, and they're kind
Oh
of an
yeah.
indication of a society that doesn't have like real problems, so it has to invent new ones.
Well, I just
And
think we're gonna have more nationalism. I mean, this is the irony of Biden that we've been talking about. It's like there's going to be a very stronger sense of what it means to be an American and a Westerner that's going to emerge from a increasingly hot war with Russia and an incipient conflict with China. And
so is your argument going to be that Joe Biden made it okay to be white again? Is that what you're saying,
yes,
Richard?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is literally what I'm saying.
I think
Yes.
it's kind of true in a weird way,
It is. And again, it's like I know that Top Gun, I think it was filmed in like 2019 and then it got delayed due to the pandemic and all this kind of stuff. But isn't it kind of fascinating that it occurred alongside the Ukraine war? And that it was this like and there was diverse casting. There were a Hispanic woman, and it wasn't like an all white movie, but you know what I mean. I mean, it's starring Tom Cruise. It's hyper patriotic. I,
I
I
will tell
think
you, like,
I think we're moving in this direction.
I am
Actually,
surprised that like the Scientologists don't seem to have been turned by U.S. intelligence. They seem to
hmm
have been like more or less left alone, and I find that like very interesting, right? Like they really are a cult. Like if you watch that Going Clear documentary that like
hmm
Lawrence Wright did a number of years ago,
yeah,
it's like it's pretty obvious. And like if you talk to any of them for any length of time, like you realize like these people are dangerous. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
they're not they're not like your playful like weirdo types, right? Like they're actually like clearly running some kind of operation in our country. Um,
Yeah, I've seen that documentary as well. I guess I don't want to quite get into it, but anyway, that's just kind of my hot take that all of these right wing content creators who make their living on like whining about wokeness and Marvel movies or whatever the hell they are, I think they're going to be out of business. Actually,
well, I hope
um,
so. I mean, I remember a number of years ago, I went to one of these events where Ben Shapiro was like whining about something or other,
mhm.
and there was a guy there who was like a Hollywood mogul type, and I think he ended his career working for like Netflix or whatever, and he was a Jew, and he was a sort of secular Jew, and he was saying like, listen, this was like at one of these like David Horowitz style events or whatever, and he was like, listen, He's like, I've hired a lot of Jews in my day. I've never hired a guy wearing a weird hat and like obsessed about no sex before marriage. He's like, if you want to understand how Hollywood works, we sell sex and we sell it to everyone and anyone in the world who will buy it. And
Yeah.
if you're not like into that, then like you don't understand Hollywood. Like he was just like rough on men. And Shapiro kind of like perfected this like whining as a thing, but it's like they're not that's not really what their job is, right? Like their job is to cause culture wars, and the purpose of the culture war is to get us to hate one another because that's the objective of the Chinese, right? And it's the objective of the people who really pay Ben Shapiro's check,
Yeah.
right? It's not
So
really about like, whether or not Ariel is black or whatever, right? Like who cares, right? It's about ways in which they can use these products because honestly, in a weird way, just us talking about these things give these cultural products life. And what I think is what they're really afraid of, and I think they should be afraid of this, are all the people who are just like not into it anymore, right?
Yeah.
Like if you, I mean, I don't know if you, like, I mean, so my girlfriend is 23, I'm 34, and so she's obviously of a different generation. She doesn't even watch movies. Like there are many of these young people that I run into on these spaces and elsewhere that like have never seen a movie, or if they've seen a movie, they saw it like maybe like a movie like 3 or 4 years ago at their grandma's house or something.
Yeah.
It's just not a thing. So like I think it's kind of like rock music, or it's going to be something I think I'll tell my kids about. Like there are these things called movies, and you used to watch them, and like I think that
And
that's really
we all watched them together, and they informed our imagination. I mean, I think that's the really important thing.
that's totally done now, though, don't you
Yeah,
think?
yeah,
and
it's
if you
done.
guys
They're
have
now
seen,
watching.
you
They're
guys
now
have seen
watching some girl on TikTok talk about her nose ring or whatever. I mean, they're just, yeah, they're totally. It's vapid as hell. It's like all like mythical qualities to it have been evaporated in their minds.
Well, I
for
mean,
like
the
a
theory
oh,
the theory that I have here about this is that when we Me Too'd Harvey Weinstein, we killed the film industry
Mm.
because there were all these people who were getting kicks out of the film industry by basically like sleeping with starlets that they weren't supposed to, and that was their real joy in life. And that basically, if you want to actually make a movie nowadays, it's like extremely expensive to do. Nothing really kind of works properly. I mean, I was talking to a friend of mine who does a lot of stuff in the film industry, and he's like, "Why would I like fuck around in the United States where I can like go to Israel or I can go to Romania or I can go to any number of these places, produce a show that's good enough. If it gets a lot of attention, it will be remade in America and I'll own the rights."
Hmm.
And he was like, "This is why you're seeing all these remakes." And he's like, "Nobody wants to risk anything because the costs with the unions and all this other stuff are so high of quality, content production." And I think he's onto something, like I think there's a big reason. It's kind of like, business models work for a time until they don't work anymore, right? Like until there's like some kind of social regulation or something that steps up and crowds it out. And I think
Yeah,
we may be there at the movies level. I mean, you look at like Dune, right? Like if you saw the last Dune movie,
yeah,
it's like they don't have enough money to complete it now, right? Like they can't really make it work financially. And then you add that to like everyone has a kind of home theater system now, every rich person, or everybody has like a Netflix account or they borrow their family's one. And it's like we consume things alone, at home or on our phones, and it's just like culturally not as dominant as it once was, I think. I think that would be the best way to frame it.
yeah. I agree with everything you said. I think that there's going to be a kind of countervailing trend to all of that. There's going to be a desire to go see Top Gun or Superman or what. There's going to be a kind of like weird, like late Hollywood nostalgia that I think is actually going to kind of in a funny way be very pro-American and kind of nostalgic
God,
and
you're so
pro-white.
optimistic in that way. I wish I
Well,
believed that.
yeah, I know it does sound optimistic, but I think I'm actually going to be right about this. trends can only go so far until they flip, and I think there's just going to be a lot of like identity questions that are going to come about in the coming years. I think due to geopolitical factors, this
Yeah,
notion of globalism and like this is over, and it's that was from the 90s and like the early 2000s. I mean, it's over, and I think Hollywood is going to kind of react to that, and they're going to make Top Gun, and they're not going to make, Ariel as a transgendered lesbian or whatever the hell they're doing.
yeah. I mean, I think there was a moment in time that where the Chinese box office mattered a lot, right?
Hmm.
And like we're clearly entering an era in which like it's like, yeah, fuck those Chinese, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that is going to be really interesting because I don't think that there's been a generation of filmmakers that have been produced yet that can actually do that in a way that works artistically. Um, like they're kind of like a lagging indicator in that way
Hmm.
of cultural trends. But I think you may be right. Certainly, if this war goes on a bit longer, I think that could well be true. I don't know. It's interesting to think about. I mean, my sense on it though is that there's a lot of people that have made a lot of money for a lot of years on the international market, and that is just not going to be a thing anymore. I think you could look at like what is that movie All Quiet on the Western Front, which is a
Hmm.
remake, right? It's a sort of like kind of remake of what happened before, and that's a kind of like anti-war film, and I think that works up to a point. But like what I'm looking for here is I'm looking for like the 300 film,
Oh
right?
yeah,
Of
exactly.
our time, and I don't think we have it yet. You know,
I would say something. I'm looking forward to the Christopher Nolan work, and
yeah, I think you're right. I think Oppenheimer is going to be like that's going to be like one of his best films for
oh yeah,
sure.
definitely. And I can see things like that occurring. I can see him especially as a kind of Spielberg figure of sorts.
Well, he's the.
Uh,
I mean, I've written about him, and he's the sort of bard of Anglo America, right? Like he's
yeah,
AUKUS. He's AUKUS as a filmmaker, right?
yeah,
And I think that do you remember when the second Batman came out, like whatever it was, the Dark Knight or whatever?
yeah.
Um, that do you remember like the cultural effect of that? Like it seemed
Oh
like
yes.
everyone in the country was talking about it,
Oh
and I
yeah.
I think that was kind of like the last movie like that. You know, I
I
don't know.
think you're right, because the Marvel movies, they just don't have it. It's just such obvious schlock that you're almost like embarrassed to have gone to see Avengers Endgame or Infinity War, whatever. It's just such obvious dreck.
Well,
And
it is a neoconservative film, right? Those
yeah,
films because they're about nothing except endless war and conflict, right?
right. Well, I mean,
And the
The
Batman
Dark
films
Knight
were
was a kind
about
of neoconservative
no,
movie in a
no, no.
different way.
It's a critique, right? Because they lie, right, to get past the Harvey Dent law,
Yeah,
and they create a kind of police state, which Bane blows up by exposing that it's fake, right?
yeah.
And so, yeah, no, I mean, it's basically about Anglo American, responsibilities to the city. And that's kind of my read on like and if you look at like Jayhawk Whitney, who was the ambassador to the UK, who was the basis on which Bruce Wayne was created, and he was a sort of like, Anglo American gentleman kind of type, a sort of Bond figure like.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, I mean, my read basically is what's going to happen on the cultural front is that the AUKUS relationship, the kind of like alliance of the English speaking peoples, is going to be like the story of our time.
Hmm.
And we are going to basically produce movies that speak to that, that will work. You know, that'll be sort of the story. So you'll see like there'll be a lot of stories about our kind of like triumphant, victory in World War II together. They'll be sort of like, I mean, obviously Oppenheimer's a part of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think if you look at like the films that are coming out of the UK, there's a lot of very interesting, compelling stuff that's coming out. So yeah, I don't know. I wasn't persuaded by Top Gun. It was too Scientology versus Iran for me. Wasn't here for it. I'm not really into Larry Ellison or his scion, getting Chinese money to make a film about, planes that don't really exist anymore in a serious conflict, just not for that. But that might be the Gen Xer in you and the millennial in me.
Yeah.
I also think at some point, like, Tom Cruise has to admit that he's old.
Never.
Well, I think we should probably shut it down unless anyone has anything pressing they want to say. I know Richard's going to drop off in a sec. I have to be up. I have an interview with a journalist tomorrow for breakfast. Maybe she's going to eat me for breakfast or, whatever. We'll see. I don't know how you feel about this, Richard, but like it's always a trap,
Right.
They're always trapping you in some way or some form.
Well, there's a trap. The first thing you do is walk into it.
Yes. Of course you do. And the problem is that, like, there's a number of journalists that are like, there's a number of female journalists that know that, like, they can basically trap you as a man and that you basically have to walk into the trap.
Yeah.
It's like the poisoned cheese. That's what I call it. It's like, that the cheese is poisoned, but you also know that it's delicious. So you're sort of trapped in that way. That's kind of what it means to be interviewed, particularly by an attractive female journalist in the modern era, which is why I set all those meetings for breakfast or for lunch and never for dinner, because, that's just always a good idea. On that happy note, I guess it's 4 a.m. I wish you guys all the best. Do follow Richard's work. Check out my Substack. We'll be doing more of these in the future, I suppose. And it is recorded, so do feel free to share it with friends and quote it accurately and warmly, please. And I wish you all the very best and have a good morning.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.